love it. Veronique Sanson, when I would tour France with her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so many different artists. I really appreciate all of them, and I really show a lot of that too on my YouTube channel. I really give a real breadth of different kinds of projects I've worked on, and it's been fun because people are discovering music that they didn't know about on there, and they're, you know, so it's a real good sharing place.
Mm-hmm. So tell me also, I know you said on your show you have this, you kind of pick up instrument and or the video and kind of share some of the stories behind those.
Yeah.
Do you remember any of Toto or a recent one you shared?
Oh, well, I've done a bunch of Toto songs, and I played along with the stuff that we did live, and you know, I mean, it was great because the two tours that I did, the band was very different. The first tour I did was with Bobby Kimball singing, and Tony Spinner playing guitar, and Steve Lukather, and Simon Phillips was playing, and Greg Fillinganes on that. And then the next time I toured with them, it was Joe Williams was singing, and David Page and Steve Porcaro were back, and Luke and myself, and who's, I'm blanking out. Sorry, Jenny Foot and Mavuto were singing background, and Lenny Castro was playing percussion. So I've had two very different experiences with them, and they were both wonderful experiences. The real common ground with Toto always was having Lukather. Oh, and Shannon Forrest was the drummer on the last tour. So I've had two really unique experiences to work with very different lineups of Toto playing this, you know, the music. But they were fun guys to be on the road with. We had a great time, you know, playing together. And I, you know, we're all close friends, you know. But
yeah.
You know,
yeah. So it was a pleasure, sir, having you and giving you your tips. And so also for my audience, any final thoughts?
No, I think just stay safe is the most important thing, that we all stay safe at this point. Try to do all the right things to keep yourself and your family and your friends safe during this most difficult time. And you know, like I said, I invite everybody that wants to come join me on my channel. And just go to YouTube and put Leland Sklar in there, and it'll come up. And it's wonderful that you know, people like you and myself get to do these kind of things together and share experiences and just but it's really staying safe, I think, is the most critical thing right now, because nothing will matter if you get sick and die. It's
oh no,
yeah, so
life is precious, so
it's very precious. But I really appreciate you inviting me on your show, and it's a real pleasure to get to meet you here. This is great.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's my honor, and I apologize for a little bit of the break here, but please
it's all good. It's all fine.
Please come back again, and if you desire to share with us more, I would love to have you.
Oh, I'd love to come back. You just let me know when you want me, and I'll come back.
Okay, and maybe we'll pick a video. This time we did Toto. Maybe next time we'll have Phil Collins or any.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay. You take care, sir. Thank you for coming first.
Okay, Moby. You take good care too. Best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember our cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember our cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember our cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember our cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
To Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Jeanne Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Moby, for being my VIP or VIG, very important guest for this Valentine's Day special. And without further ado, I like to tell the listeners and the viewers, you're tuning in to Dr. Moby and Vicky. I've got a few questions for Dr. Moby, and then your analysis of a case study. Tapping onto you and your long-term relationship. Firstly, of course, I'd like you to tell us, do you have a message for us on Valentine's Day? I would like you to focus today on mature, seasoned relationships. And one of the questions are, how do we revive old, tired relationships? What are your top 3 tips to keep a seasoned relationship alive? And for the generation of the 90-day fiancé, do you think it works? Or how can we make it work in a world like so fast-paced? We don't have time to meet people. We only have got like a window period of 90 days. How can we make that work? And also, long-distance relationship. Is it something that is set up to fail? So with these few questions, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Moby for the next 30 minutes. It's such a pleasure to have him. He's such a big celebrity. I'm kind of jittery and nervous to have him on. because it's so seasoned. I'm such a novice in this industry. So, Dr. Moby, do you have the message for us today before we go into the questions?
Oh, thank you for asking all those questions, and thank you, Vicky. Vicky is always such energetic and full of life, and if you watch our episode, she gets us going, and makes us we can all feel in her energy, and
thank you.
We pray that she keeps on doing this great, amazing work. And you are so much, you got so much love and respect from all of us. So keep up the good work. So I will always say that.
Thank you. From Singapore.
For Singapore, for all over the world. I mean, imagine you are in Singapore, I'm in US, and then look at, we are connecting, and so it is a blessing that we could do that, right? So, and not only that, but also kind of make good changes to everybody's life. I mean, your show is talk about life. You talk about so many things. You talk about faith. You talk about, it's such an amazing job you're doing. So keep it up, and I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, Dr. Moby.
Regarding
learning along the way, what's your message for us today for Valentine's Day?
The message of Valentine's Day is always going to be love and honesty, because, those are the two biggest things we all need. Imagine, any relationship, whether it's, whether being husband, wife, whether being lover, or whether being friend, has to rely on honesty. So if you're not honest about your relationship, it's a sadness is, that those time can change, but the principles never change. Life is actually built on very simple principle of love, trust, and honesty, respect for each other, and those are never going to be out of fashion. They're no matter what happens, it will be 2050 or 2070, but if those, we cannot get rid of those. So that is very important. It's like I think a lot of faith and religion are also based on love, respect, and honesty, and taking care of each other in need of and basically those principles are never going to change for no one, right? So imagine imagine it'll be, and we can have all kind of with technology we'll see more robots and everything. I'm sure it won't be far away when people will have pets, robots, right? So they will follow, but they cannot give you love. I mean, they can follow your commands, but they cannot give us love. So love is something which we humans or animals can show.
So, Dr. Moby, Valentine's Day in Singapore, some people extend it just love in general, not just romantic love between man and a woman. Nowadays it's with the same gender. Expressing love is so important, and I just want to share with you a little bit. To also share this message of love that you're talking about in this very special day for Valentine's Day. In Singapore, Valentine's Day, there people are celebrating it between mother and daughter, parents and child, just in a very general way, not in a romantic kind of way. So this is somehow we kind of take it to another level. And I remember, in a very Asian society like we are in Singapore, in the Asian context, love is a hard word to say. It's very hard for us to actually express, to say the three words like I love you. And when it comes to even like Western educated, like people like our generation, yourself as a doctor, myself, having a business background, when it comes to us, I'm not sure about you, me saying that even to my mother, even when she was still here with us, it is something that is unthinkable. does that is that difficult for you and your culture, your family culture?
And that's a very good question. That Asian cultures. I'm from Pakistan, and you're from Singapore, and of course over the years I've been now here in US for many years. And what has changed in the culture? When I was growing up, did we celebrate Valentine's? No. And absolutely, we even now they do over there a lot. But when I was growing up, we never saw Valentine's celebration. Then the question is, we have different celebrations, but we don't have where there's expression of love like this, whether it's between husband wife, whether it's between anyone. I think in Asian culture is considered more taboo type, to even express those feelings. I mean, they do actually have feeling. I shouldn't say that. They have feelings, but they express it in poetic way. So you will write Okay. So you will write poetry about beauty of eyes and, how you interact or when you first saw somebody. It's more romantic and it is more absolutely full of literature. If you look at the famous these poets also from Asian, and they have such a great language, and also look at the poems and so poetic expressions are there. I mean, famous stories about love are actually, if of course, Indian history too, then Taj Mahal, those type of, of course they are there, they always had love, but they would never say just for one day that this day is going to be, we will express. They will continuously express throughout. So my point is they don't have a day usually. So so basically they would still express everything, do what is, but to have a specific day where they're going to get flowers or they will express that's not part of the culture.
And Dr. Mobin, I'd like to bring this topic about love on this special occasion to put it into a context of culture, to kind of like juxtapose the traditional classical way of expression versus modern or Western way of expression, and like your view on it. In a very even within my family, we show our love, like what you say, in a different way, not on a daily basis, not in a way that we articulate I love you. For me, I would show my love through giving her the money. I would give her like a pocket money. I would give her like money on Mother's Day, money every month. It's an expression of love, because money represents like your hard work, your blood, and your sweat. Certain culture expresses it differently. Some people give it as give it as flowers. But do you think that articulation of it, which is such a taboo thing in a very reserved culture, whether it's from your family, my family, or even in a very modern society, the articulation of it in a way that is verbal, do you think that is something that is also meaningful, significant, or do you think that the action of it is important? So what is your take on it for having this juxtaposition of cultural expression of love?
So different cultures have different expression, as you're right. Some would send money, some would just maybe cook food, maybe so food is another one, big one in our culture. If you have a guest, or if you have loved ones, even when they visit, or and if you don't kind of cook a big meal, or it's like considered like they don't really care about us, or they don't love us. So I'm sure with your mom also you had memories of eating together, or she making breakfast for you, or you are getting some gift for her, something nice she likes. So those are like a clothes, or so I would buy for my parents something, maybe their dress. So sure. And for Valentine's sake, the love is not only between husband and wife, it's also between friends, and also can be with any gender, and also can be your parents, your loved ones, your brothers, sisters, could be anyone. I mean, it is not just it's just kind of expression of love, in my opinion. So I think there are different forms, so our culture is probably more of eating, some exchange of money. Sure, they do. Does the amount of money matter? No. Should it that it has to spend this much? Not really. But sometimes just visiting, sometimes talking to nicely, to roses were never that you have to give roses, for sure, not really. So I think if you now roses, Valentine, I mean, I don't disagree. This is one way of culture. I mean, I love, in my opinion, any expression of love, is acceptable, and it's not only acceptable, it's actually preferred. I mean, you need to question is, if you don't express, what happens if we don't express anything? Then that's how the humans communicate. That we have to have some kind of expression, whether language, whether communication, whether some signs. So maybe looks, maybe the way you look at, and maybe with your eyes, maybe non-verbal. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. And today we have great guest, Will Conway from Baggage Claim Podcast. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for coming to our show. So tell us about your podcast. I've heard great reviews about it.
Oh, that's very nice to hear. I launched a show called Baggage Claim. It's these weird little immersive travel stories. The episodes are usually short. They're 10, 15, 20 minutes long. And they're all kind of designed to expose the grittier and more real side of travel, the weird little interactions you have in a bus terminal, the odd moment, those type of things. And my experience in traveling for a long, long time was that I started to connect better. As told through these immersive, funky little sound design stories.
So how many episodes did you do so far?
Yeah, so episode 9 just came out on Tuesday at the time of this recording. So it came out 2 days ago. And they come out every Tuesday, and the first season is going to be 30 episodes.
So how did you start about this podcast versus any other?
Yeah, no, for sure. So I came into this actually from the angle of being a writer first. Baggage Claim, actually, before I converted it and built it into a podcast, was a book that I wrote that's still in a top drawer somewhere and probably will stay there for a little while. But the idea of telling that story is something I knew I wanted to do. And then figuring out how to tell it was just an interesting creative challenge, right? So originally a book, and then figuring out that there isn't a lot of content out there in terms of telling like really immersive stories that are first person and sort of told to make you feel like you're in the place. So ultimately that had a huge draw to me in terms of tackling this new way of telling a story. So that's where the idea came from. And then I spent 8 months working on it before I launched, and plenty of time these days making sure everything sounds good before I set it out into the world.
No, that is great, So basically it was based on your book, and which you are still working on. So, right.
Yeah. So the book is drafted and like done-ish, but a couple things need reworks, and the focus right now is on the podcast, and that's actually helping me tell the story of the book much better before I try to do anything serious with that.
So is that could be any travel? Is it short travel, long travel, national, international, or?
Yeah, so my travel was a fairly long-term solo trip. I quit my job in January of 2019 and bought a one-way plane ticket to Colombia with the intention of just figuring out how to live and how to build my life in that way. And I slowly moved south. So I landed in Cartagena, and then this story tells the trip of me moving south through Colombia and then Peru, Chile, Argentina, and Brazil primarily.
Wow. So you actually did that trip. Huh?
Yeah. It was a long one. It was fairly intense. That was 8-9 months about. And I haven't really stopped. I'm in Canada now. I'm from the US. And have no real intentions of going back to anything that could be deemed or considered a normal real life. So pretty excited to see where life goes.
So you were basically wanted to experience like unknown, could be anything, right? So it could be good or bad.
Yeah, the experience of the unknown was a huge draw, and you'll definitely get a lot of bad in my podcast, a lot of weird, odd, kind of terrifying moments. But I think the big draw for me was, I think this happens to folks in their late 20s. When I made this decision to quit my job, and I was engaged to be married at the time, and do all these various things and sort of leave that behind and convert. I was 20, I had just turned 28. Wow. And I had built what felt like a successful life by whatever conventional standards you want to. And, I had a job that felt really good. I felt productive. I was in a relationship that at the time felt really good. And I realized that I was doing a lot for there's almost this like 10-year high school reunion syndrome that kicks in of like, how will I look according to all my peers kind of thing. And basically I just got bored with that. And so once I got over that hurdle, I realized I wasn't doing anything that I wanted to be doing in life. And so ultimately the trip started in that direction. I chose South America because it's much more compelling to me than, as interesting and cool as Europe could be. It just felt much more authentic and real. So that was where I started.
So basically, you think there was some kind of, everything was fine, but things kind of unexpected things happened, and then you thought you just kind of try something new. Yeah,
no doubt. And there's just this feeling in the late 20s, I think, of there being kind of slack in the line and not quite knowing what life is about. You can kind of hear the clock ticking for the first time. And you just get to this sensation of, what am I really supposed to be doing? And if you don't have a solid answer to that question, my response was to do something fairly drastic. So, yeah.
So by going there, you think, did you find back your kind of back to life kind of your thought process, or how did it help you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think the biggest development for me was being more comfortable communicating my own vulnerability. So Baggage Claim is actually the culmination and sort of result of that. the feeling for me, all my life, and I think this is true of a lot of people, you see other people doing incredible things and you sort of tack on to that project. So my early career, I worked in politics. I was on campaigns, and I was basically directly helping other people tell their own stories. Silly things. My brother's a musician, and I was always the guy building his websites and like sort of marketing him in the world. So those types of things. And Baggage Claim was me actually saying, no, I kind of have a story to tell now, and I'm going to take the risk and tell that story as best I can.
So it's in a way actually to actually help you to heal and also help you to find your own answers.
Yeah, I think those things go hand in hand, right? Your own ability to find your own authenticity and your own story and voice is compounded by your ability to listen to and hear what other people are up to, you know.
So yeah, those are always, and many times, it helps in terms of finding answers even to the problems you are facing. You might have a better perspective, right? So
yeah, no, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And definitely something I sort of cherish and value from that experience. As incredible as the actual trip itself was, the feeling and the sort of change in my own way of seeing and perceiving the world was outstanding.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about your. So when you took the ticket, when you booked the ticket, you went to where to Peru, Chile. Where did you?
Yeah. I started and spent the first 2.5 or so months in Colombia. I landed in Cartagena and then went down to Medellin, and then went to the Amazon rainforest through Leticia, which is a very small city in southeastern Colombia, and then took a very slow ferry boat down the Amazon River into Peru, a city called Iquitos. And there, basically just had some very intense, it gets very metaphysical and sort of culturally mystical in the Amazon. And there was something incredibly beautiful about that. So I think I sort of started to fall into an incredible experience there. And then moved my way through Peru, down like Cusco, Machu Picchu, and then Arequipa, and then road tripped the entire coast of Chile from the northernmost city, which is Arica on the Peruvian border, down to Santiago, which was right in the middle. They had these. Santiago was at the time, this is late 2019. In the midst of fairly intense political upheaval and protests and police brutality. It was a fairly heavy scene. So I was right in the middle of that. And then after about 6 weeks in Chile, moved over to Argentina and spent about a month in Argentina and about 2 weeks in Brazil. I have a lot of work left to do in Brazil.
Wow, amazing. I mean, all those countries you mentioned are on my list, but
oh my gosh,
with COVID. So it's my favorite, of course, to hear about Amazon forest. So I know that after that, probably it was set on like fire, or it caught fire or something.
Yeah, so the Amazon's a big place. Obviously, the Amazon was on fire and continues to be on fire. Where I was in no way near that. I was in California, and the fires were in Idaho, kind of thing. So I wasn't particularly nearby, but it was absolutely. There was something in the water in terms of how people are communicating about the Amazon, the sort of appreciation and respect that needed to be had for the Amazon was, I think, top of mind very much.
So what was kind of, I'm sure Amazon is just like everybody's dream to see there. So what did you feel the most kind of about it, like when you were there?
So the Amazon obviously has it's just the most intense impact on a person's spirit in the way that you think. I have this way of thinking about it, which is that in most cities, even small cities that I've experienced, the sensation is that people have sort of conquered nature. And now we're just doing what it is we do to figure ourselves out. The Amazon, the experience is that, no, nature is way, way bigger than you. So yeah, you've built this little village of 50 or 100 people, but what is so grand is everything that's around you. So there's this standing by the ocean and looking out and sort of comprehending your smallness feeling that happens in the Amazon, but it happens at the scale of civilization itself. So you start to feel the power of everything that isn't humanity in a way that I think is really grounding, kind of beautiful. And the result is the people in the Amazon have just been born and raised in that sensation, right? So they just have this feeling that they are insignificant or sort of humble to nature in a way that's really powerful. So the Amazon brought out this really beautiful feeling that I don't think I'd really felt, at least to that measure, in the past. So I had a wonderful experience with that. So I if anybody has a desire to go to the Amazon who's listening to this, feel free to reach out, because it was the most powerful probably 3 or 4 weeks I've ever had.
Okay. So do you think, I've heard that, Amazon is lungs for the earth. Is that the feeling? Do you feel it was kind of breathing better there, feeling fresher?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But there are some kind of like upsetting environmental components. Like I mentioned, I was on this ferry boat going down the Amazon. They feed you a meal every day or twice a day, and they give you these little styrofoam containers. Mm-hmm. That's at like 8 o'clock in the morning. At 8:45, you're on the bow of the ship watching people like throw them into the Amazon River. Just the most upsetting thing that you can see, right? This is the Amazon River in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. It's the natural wonder of the world, if there ever was one. And you're just watching people kind of casually discard their garbage in a way that is pretty upsetting. So yeah, there are pieces like that are upsetting. But yeah, when you're out in a little village of 25, 50, 100 people in a sort of a lean-to in the woods, just the feeling that the entire thing is bigger than you is absolutely wild. I woke up one night and walked outside, and there was like a pit viper just in the trees. Like, oh, that could have easily killed me. Just silly things like that start to happen that are absolutely wild.
Okay. So were there a lot of snakes also, I assume?
Yeah. So that one was the one that I saw. So I'm fortunate to say I didn't see a lot of snakes. I went to a place and they had like a big boa constrictor that they wrap around you and whatever. But out in the nature itself, not exactly. Other than that one, there was when you enter the Amazon, they give you a pair of boots and a machete, and that they claim at first that the machete is for whacking away brush as you're walking. That's not the case. It's to cut off the heads of snakes that come at you. Yeah. So they tell you that the machete is for this like purpose of just kind of hiking, and then they sit you down. In my experience, they sat us down with a sheet of all the different snakes, and they're like, these 7 are totally safe and don't worry about them. These ones are dangerous, but they're very mild mannered. And then these 3, if they see you, they'll like chase you. And so I'm from Connecticut in the United States. There's kind of copperheads, but they don't mess with you in any serious way. In the Amazon, there's a whole variety of snakes that if they see you, they're like, oh, that's lunchtime. And they go chasing after you, which absolutely blew my mind. And then, yeah, like we went fishing for piranhas. And so that you just smack the water. Normally fishing, the idea with fishing is to be as hidden as possible. You don't want them to know that you're there. Piranhas, it's the exact opposite. You make as much noise as possible and they all come swarming in. So it's just the amount of life that can kill you in the Amazon is absolutely mind-blowing.
Oh my God.
It was so cool.
Yeah, that is, amazing experience, just to even hear. I mean, it's fascinating. So how was the water? I have to ask you, Amazon River, was that water clear or was it getting polluted?
The Amazon is a very muddy river. So you can't, like, if you were to swim in it, which I did on a couple of occasions, you can't, like, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It's just like brown, muddy water.
Oh, it is muddy water. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
So was there, is it like really high currents and everything, or is that just?
In some places, by and large, it just presents like a big wide river. But every once in a while you get to places where it's a little narrower and there are tons of tributaries that come off the Amazon. And so in those places, yeah, we get some rapids and some crazy things. But by and large, where I was on that boat, which was most of it's like 200 miles. So that was most of the river that I saw. It was just big, wide, just a huge, wide river. And then on either side, just trees as far as the eye could see. And just silly things like at night, we'd sit on the front of the ship on the bow of this boat, and clouds would roll in and like fork lightning for miles and miles in every direction. It's absolutely wild.
Wow.
Yeah,
and so after that, then you went to Argentina?
Yeah, so from Peru, I went to Chile, and that's where I road trip down the coast, and then to Argentina after that, and spent probably about a month, a little more than that, in Argentina. Yeah.
And in Chile, are there a lot of flat areas or special rocks? I hear.
Yeah, northern Chile is a land unlike anything I've seen before. It's according to NASA, it is the most Mars-like environment that exists on our planet. So it's, if you were to go to the surface of Mars and you were to go to certain parts of Chile, the Atacama Desert, you're going to have a very similar experience, except for the oxygen, which helps. And so what's interesting is there's all these salt deposits. So the ground in certain areas of Chile is almost red with like a white tint. And so, yeah, you just walk on what is really salt. So that exists in a lot of places. And then you sort of break out of that and get these rolling green hills and volcanoes that are erupting and this very interesting wildlife. It's pretty cool in Chile as well. Yeah.
So I hear it is a lot of cool stuff there. And after that, then where did you go after Chile?
After Chile, so road trip down the coast of Chile, and showed up in Santiago, and there I was in the middle of some fairly intense police brutality. I put out a whole podcast episode about that experience because that was absolutely wild. The episode's Lessons in Santiago. And then from there, crossed the border into Argentina. I didn't unfortunately get all the way down to Patagonia, so I cut across it from Santiago, which is right in the middle, into Mendoza in Argentina, and spent quite a bit of time in Argentina, mostly from Buenos Aires north up through like Salta and some of the areas in northern Argentina.
So after Argentina, then was way back, or did you go further?
Yeah, I kind of skipped around a little bit. I was in Brazil for a few weeks, and then coronavirus started to make itself known in the world. This is about this time last year, a little bit later, I guess. I wrapped up in February, came back to the US for a brief period of time. And when I was in Brazil, I met a girl in Rio, and we kept in touch, and I ended up coming up to Montreal. I've been here for the last 6 months. We found a place together and have been living together ever since.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, she's amazing. So
okay, great.
Been pretty good.
So then in Brazil, I hear there are a lot of also snakes and.
Yeah, there certainly are. I didn't spend much time. Most of the Amazon, I did the Peruvian Amazon and part of the Colombian Amazon, but most of the Amazons in Brazil, I spent no time in the Brazilian Amazon. I was mostly in Rio and then a couple days in Sao Paulo. It was so just big cities, but very different culturally. It was a fascinating place.
Well, I mean, for sure, that's your most memorable trip of your life because you met your soulmate.
yeah. So, I can't have asked for more out of that trip. I met an incredible person. I figured out more about myself, and I figured out the project that I will hopefully be working on for a long, long time in terms of baggage claim. So it was the most incredible 9 months I've ever had.
Yeah, well, that is an incredible story. And so tell me what is for your future podcast projects. Is that you have guests coming to your baggage claim podcast, or how is it working?
So for the first season, Baggage Claim is a solo endeavor. It's these highly produced stories. The stories are going to get more and more intense, and they're moving chronologically. So we're still in Colombia in terms of the outline I just gave us. And soon we'll move into the Amazon. There's some absolutely wild and weird and mystical psychedelic stories that'll exist in that part. And then the first season will sort of embody that experience. I have a lot of thoughts and plans for what the second season could be and should be, but for right now, the focus is on building listenership, figuring out how to make the first season really successful, and telling that story as best I can. But the other big thing that I'm trying to do is make it more than a podcast. I'm trying to build community in a meaningful way. Find people who really care about a certain component of travel, which isn't just like the beaches in Bali and the sunsets. It's about meeting people. It's about connecting with other human beings. And so what I'm trying to do with Baggage Claim is make it bigger than the podcast, build a community of people who really, really care about finding empathy and authenticity through travel. So that would be the big place that I'm trying to build.
I think I would just suggest if you just kind of brief people when we are traveling to these beautiful areas, try to study the culture, civilization, try to understand that means it's very fascinating because how everyone is different or how they receive everything differently. So, I can, I have traveled also a lot, and I always find that very fascinating if you pay attention to nature, which like in your story, Amazon, and also people living there. So to understand them and food is a big thing.
I will say South America is not great with the food. Steak in Argentina is phenomenal, but by and large, food's not great. But I couldn't agree with you more. You have this twofold experience. One is, wow, this culture and these people are so very different, but also people are people, and at a certain level you can relate and connect because we're all just doing our best on this planet for however long we got, and there's some beauty in that. And I kind of love that.
Yeah, that's so true. There's very similar emotions. Well, and any final thoughts you have for my audience?
No, it's been a pleasure to be here. If anybody's interested, the website is heybagageclaim.com. You can find the podcast on whatever streaming platform you want. It's Baggage Claim. It's in my name right there. And those are the big things. If you care about travel, feel free to reach out. I'd love to have a chat.
Okay, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for coming, and travel safe. I know with COVID it's been a little nightmare, but you can travel locally, and I mean in US, and whenever it's safe, of course, you'll travel, everybody. So thank you for coming to our show. Check out his podcast, excellent stories, as you can hear. I'm already so intrigued by Amazon. So even we can go, but we can hear stories and still feel great about it.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for having me. This was a blast.
Take care. Take care. Bye. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember us Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hammer face brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in their hearts was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart
Hello, my name is Jean M. Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guest all the way from UK. Let's welcome Ruth. How are you doing?
Hi, Dr. Moby. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. And so who can imagine with COVID, we are talking right across so many miles away, right?
Yeah. In my very crammed office, because I'm like we've all landed in the house and my other space is being used.
Okay, no problem. So she's from UK and she is actually having a nicer day there than US here in DC. We have rainy. We have their weather and they have our weather.
Yeah, we've taken that from you.
For a change. So Ruth is doing a lot of great work, especially with the mental health. And this is her website. Check her website out and let's listen from her herself. So Ruth, you go by Rue Betty, or how do you like to be called?
Yeah, Rue Betty. Rue Betty is kind of like my pseudonym. When I'm a yoga teacher, and I've been a yoga teacher for 8-9 years now. And I've always suffered with my mental health, and it's been quite challenging at times. And even though being a teacher and telling all the people how to calm down and how to meditate. That doesn't necessarily mean that you take some of it on board. And although you know all the things, putting them in place is harder than you imagine. And about 2 or 3 years ago, I kind of was like, right, I really need to get a grip on this. So I went on my own sort of mental health journey and went out there to find all the things to make myself feel better. And the drawing the cartoons was one of them. And so that's how Rubetti was born. And that's why the company's out there. It's kind of all the things that I know make me feel better. Whether you take that on board and you do it too is another thing. And that's half of it. It's knowing when the right time to do it for yourself.
Okay. Also would like to know from you is, tell us about your journey. You have indicated you have done so much for yoga. How did you start? Why yoga?
So I started my own practice of yoga about, where are we now? 17 something like years ago.
Wow.
I didn't go to classes. I got a video of a lady and I watched it at home because I was so scared about going to classes and I didn't really want to. And it wasn't, it's not like a hardcore yoga class. This was a really gentle, and I knew I needed to move my body, and I knew that I needed to do some exercise that I liked doing, and I kind of liked doing it. And so then I started going to classes, and I found, again, not a traditional yoga class. I went to Les Mills, which had a bit of yoga, a bit of Pilates, a bit of Tai Chi, and I tried that. And again, I enjoyed it. And that's when I started going to more traditional classes after that, and kind of trying other styles of yoga. So much out there. And really I went in at most people go in on the physical element of yoga, and it's only through doing the practice of yoga do you start understanding all the other limbs that go with it, or the other benefits that come from that. And it's then you start to kind of really invest in yourself and really kind of challenge yourself to understand what that means and go forward.
Also, I'd like to know from you, I always wondered, what is the difference between yoga and other modalities, other things you have mentioned? So tell me a little bit about how would you differentiate them?
So the main thing I find about yoga is it's a lot more centered. You are really thinking about yourself entirely through the practice. You are Pilates or more of a fitness-based practice. It tends to be very go-getting and hardcore and picking up the pace. It's not about there's more challenge to it, but it's not about how you feel on that day. Whereas when I go to yoga, it tends to you practice with how you feel. And bear in mind, each class is different. Every teacher teaches a whole different practice, but I find it's very much about how I feel on the day and what I need to get out of it, rather than what is going to do for me in the future.
So what you have indicated is with yoga, you are focusing on yourself more, and there's but in Tai Chi and other modalities, people want to basically do more of physical exercise, let's say, or fitness more. But this is for you only. Yoga is basically for yourself.
So yoga comes. So when you go to a class and you're doing the actual physical fitness side of the yoga, that's one element. But there is so much you get from the class, from when the teacher brings in her own practice, or maybe gives you ideas of where you could look within yourself, to challenge yourself within the practice. And then when you come home, it's about accessing your own journey, and you will go on it when you're ready. You know, these people always say this about the yoga journey. It's not like you don't have to do it. You can just go to yoga every week. That's if that's what you want to do. Yeah, just do that. But you know, there is other elements of how to look at yourself and whether, you know, you're doing the best for the community, whether you're doing the best for your own mental health and well-being, whether you're putting out a message of peace and love, and whether you're doing that or not, that's up to you, really. You don't have to do these. Nobody's forcing you, put it that way.
So basically, you can pick your own routine, or do you have to do every day?
So when I practice at home, with I do whatever feels right for me. I have recently been diagnosed with hypermobility syndrome, and so I really have to monitor how I practice. I can't do it how I used to throw myself around when I was younger. I have to change that as I've got older and do a different type and style of practice, but it's still the same at the end of it, really.
So also for audience sake, I would like to kind of get your little bit depth on yoga. So yoga has been there for centuries, you know, very ancient. Actually, it was actually introduced probably in India more. And then it has basically emphasized on three. There are physical postures, there's a breathing technique, and then there is a meditation, right?
Yeah.
So do you have to incorporate all those three, or can you pick one more than the other?
So when I teach, I will teach a physical element. There'll be a breathing element within the class, and then at the end we have meditation. But because of the type of classes that are delivered in the Western world, they're more compacted into an hour, and then so you can't really expand so much within that hour. Sometimes I put on dedicated classes that look just at breathing, or I put on a dedicated class where we just do a lot more meditation. But usually what I want to say within a class is this is a taster. I'm kind of giving you something. You go home and you explore it further. You explore the breathing on a daily basis. You explore the meditation in the comfort of your own home, because it's very hard to do meditation in a packed room full of people. And you do it in the way that fits with your life and your routine, because if I force you to do it, it won't be planted. You won't do it. So it has to be something that I kind of give you an idea of, and then you just take home and do it.
Okay. Also like to know from you, with yoga, does it also involve that you have to actually sleep better, or kind of have some more discipline, eating, sleeping, and your physical, or doesn't involve that?
Personally, I'm one of those people that likes to do things my way.
Okay.
I have tried the getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning and doing my hour of meditation, and I was not a very nice person. So I decided that if I did it my way and worked for me in the way that works for me, it would be better. Again, you know, the diet, the diet wise, a lot would prescribe it to be vegan or vegetarian, but actually it's not really said in that way. It's more of a kind of non-harming. And personally, for my own health, I've tried being vegetarian and vegan, and it makes me very ill. I ended up being very anemic. So personally, I can't do that. But I try to choose the food that has been looked after well and comes from great farms, and in that respect, that's how I choose to practice it, rather than so formal in I'm not eating that and I'm not doing that. Does that make sense?
Okay. Now, does it matter that you can do yoga in the morning or evening?
Again, I don't prescribe to getting up straight out of bed to do it because of the spinal fluid. You need about half an hour or so to get your spinal fluid to kind of settle. And then, you can do yoga wherever. It doesn't have to be a prescribed routine. You can take a few elements out of it and do some movements that are great for you then, and then you can go and do an afternoon practice or an evening practice. I like to split mine up through the day, so I do little bits here and there. I'm a kitchen yoga person. I'm in my kitchen balancing on one leg often.
So you're doing in your kitchen? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cleaning my teeth to chair pose, things like that. You know, I tend to kind of scatter my practice throughout the day.
So you scatter throughout the day rather than just, oh, wow, that's cool. I didn't know that you could do that. Do you count like how much time you spend in that, or it doesn't matter?
Again, no. I mean, there are days when getting on the mat is about as all I can do. You roll out the mat and you sit down and that's it. I've done days where, you know, 2 or 3 hours of yoga has gone by and you're like, oh my God, how did I get to doing 3 hours of yoga?
Wow.
And other days, as I say, especially when I had an operation and I was recovering from that, the most I could do was roll the mat out and sit on it because it hurt that much. But again, that's the nature of the practice. It's sometimes, and I advocate that to anybody in my class, you know, when they say, how do I make it work at home? And I say, buy a mat or a rug or a towel that's dedicated to your practice and put it out on the floor and sit on it. And then they say, well, what do I do then? And I said, well, you'll know what to do. You'll do things. You'll move your body. You might lie down. You might do a few cat-cows. You might suddenly go, oh yeah, I remember this in class, and do something. But I think sometimes when you really prescribe something and go, right, I'm going to do this, it makes people shy away from it, and then they go, I don't really want to, and then you don't. And that's worse, doing nothing.
So you recommend buying something, so start from somewhere and then you'll gradually morph into something more, right?
Yes. Yeah. Don't expect to jump on that mat and be standing on your head within a week.
That's
not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. Also, I like to kind of point out, and I think you're a big believer on that, is for mental health. So what disorder it really helps your experience?
So I would say that, you know, if you're suffering from mental distress, depression, anxiety, you know, when I've been diagnosed bipolar, I mean, whether that is what my diagnosis is now, I know that it's great for children with ADHD and learning difficulties. It's a time where because it's so centered, because it's so about relaxing, and it's about being there for yourself. That's why it works, because you are centering on self-love and care, and you're understanding what you need. That's what I get from the practice. I get that kind of, when I stand on the mat, I know that everything else can go hang. This is here for me. And then you start to understand how you move, you understand how you breathe, you understand how your thoughts are coming in, what you're thinking about, why you're thinking about it. And then that way it gives you more ability to let things go that aren't important. It gives you space to organize your thoughts so that when you you need to talk to somebody about it, you can. When I've taught children, especially who are autistic or ADHD, it takes time. You know, they're not somebody who come in and just get on the mat and do exactly what you say. You know, you have to gain their trust. And I normally find those sort of children, they love the meditation at the end. They love to lie down. They love a bit of gentle music. They love you to talk softly to them and allow them just space to be within themselves. And so that's what's really great about teaching. You see that change when you teach adults as well as children. You do see a change in people.
Okay, very nice. So just for recap, you know, it will help probably, you know, that's your experience. And I'm sure a lot of studies probably indicated that too, that it helps a lot of mental disorders and mental health. And also, have you seen it really helps with menopausal symptom, hot flashes, or does that help women especially?
Well, from personal experience in that, I'm afraid that HRT is what's helped with that. But what it has helped is when I have had to do meditation, which I do daily, literally, the last thing I do before I go to bed is a 5 or 10 minute meditation. It does help with my sleep.
Very nice. Yeah, I just had some questions. So somebody asked,
what does it help with menopause?
I better ask her, you know.
I am cutting out the sugar. That's what's helping with my perimenopause symptoms. I have cut out a lot. I'm not as much alcohol as I had at all. You know, alcohol is a once in a blue moon now rather than every weekend or whatever. Sugar has gone. I've decreased my meat eating anyway, but it's only to a couple of times a week. As I say, I was anemic, so I have to eat something. I just can't get enough with the supplements. So I rate doing some kind of meditation, even just to bring down the heart rate, the blood pressure. It really helps with that.
Okay, so I'm coming now to some of the illnesses: asthma, lung disease, COPD, MS, cancer, and smoking. So any thoughts on any of that?
So yoga is not, and I repeat, not a cure-all. It doesn't cure you of anything. It assists you with your symptoms. So the breathing exercises in particular, there's studies with COPD and asthma that if you do, and I am an asthma sufferer, so I know that this works. I decreased my use of steroid medication because of using deep breathing exercises. And that's all it is. It's about exercising the intercostal muscles. It's about using the full breadth of your lungs and expanding your lung capacity as best you can. And because of doing the breath control exercises, I tend not to panic. So, you know, when you're in the midst of an asthma attack, or you know that an asthma attack could possibly happen, you aren't quite as frightened, and therefore you feel a little bit more in control. But is it a cure? I wouldn't stretch as cures. I would say assistance of symptoms.
Sure. So what you're saying is it helps to kind of lessen the use of inhalers, maybe, and steroids. So kind of clear up.
Especially for a mild asthma. Yeah. I mean, my mother-in-law has COPD, and nothing is going to change that. But I do know that when you incorporate the exercises and the breathing exercises, you just feel stronger in your ability to manage your condition, and that's the key.
Okay, one more question coming your way is that what are the risks with yoga?
Well, like any physical exercise, there are risks of injuring your muscles and your joints. As I say, I'm hypermobile. So I have hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos, and that is what makes you so bendy, which is why you see a lot of yoga people being able to bend in half. Don't let that put you off, because just because you can't touch your toes doesn't mean you shouldn't do yoga. But yeah, the risk to overstretching, if you are hypermobile, you have to be mindful of that. The risk of forcing yourself into poses that you're not ready for, and you're not strong enough to achieve. So it's headstands and anything where you balance on your head. I mean, that can damage your neck and your back. And especially if you fall wrong, you can hurt yourself. But yeah, this is why the practice should be from a beginner's level up, and you should never just go straight in at the top or expect to do a lot of the things that you may see in a yoga class.
So what you're saying is basically go slow and just kind of watch your physical and limits on that.
Yeah.
Don't push your limits.
No, never push your limit. I mean, it's if you want to go down that route of trying to get to standing on your head and handstands and all of that, you know, you have to know what you can and can't do from the outset. So, you know, there are some hidden disabilities that you don't know you have. You know, if you have got weaknesses.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I am Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with two guests, not one only, but two great guests. And let's welcome both of them. Let's welcome Haley first. How are you, Haley? Haley, can you hear us? Oh, so let's work with Didrik first.
Yes, I can hear you. It's just freezing a little bit.
Yeah, I think it freezes. You can definitely also check logging in with your phone if you find this connection slow. So tell us about yourself.
About me?
Yeah.
I am 13 years old, 7th grade. I wrote 2 books. I co-authored my second one, but my first one that I wrote by myself is The Rules. Book that I co-wrote was with my dad, which is The Journey, Fire and Gold. Just a brief overview what mine is about that I wrote by myself. It's about self-esteem and overcoming depression and anxiety. And then The Journey, Fire and Gold goes deeper into depression and anxiety and what actually went me.
Okay, great.
And then I also have my own business, which is The Rules of a Big Boss LLC.
Oh wow, you're too young, but you've got a good start. Congratulations! I think it's amazing what you are doing and what you are looking to do. Definitely, yes, congratulations. So tell me a little bit. Let's go to your dad. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderful, Dr. Moby. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. You know, it's wonderful. When I saw that, I said, well, I better have him as a guest. Sure.
Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about your journey.
Well, Haley and I are very similar in that, we run in a lot of the same veins. But she's the actual star of the family. I'm just she's the driver. I'm the passenger. So Haley was the initial author, and she motivated me to write and to tell the rest of the story. So she and I are both published authors. She has wrote 2 books. I'm only on number 1, so she's ahead of me in that regard. We're both motivational speakers. We co-host a YouTube channel called the Rules of a Big Boss. And on that channel, we talk about a lot of her rules and things and deal with like self-esteem, self-love, and things of that nature. And we walk through various different activities or whatever, and so on and so forth, to try and help people build up their self-esteem, self-love, and whatnot. I co-host a podcast called Talk Truth Series, which is based out of Jamaica, and it broadcasts from there across the United States or whatever. And we bring on different guests so that they can talk and share their different stories and things that, you know, motivates them, and, you know, to try and uplift and encourage people and give them a voice and help them elevate their platforms. As far as Haley's first book, I was while she wrote it, I edited it and published it for her. The second book, with that first book being called The Rules of a Big Boss, the second book, she and I co-wrote it together, and her company actually is the publisher of the book. So we have our company set up so that it provides clothing, books, and accessories that are all centered around empowerment for children and adults. And she's the boss. She's actually the CEO of the company. I work for her, so I'm more or less her manager and COO.
Okay, that is very nice, very nice. So how does it feel to be CEO, Haley? Haley, how does it feel?
Like, it's definitely something that I can like, it makes me feel like pretty like successful, but at the same time, I just feel like how I normally feel, which is just like fine and pretty humble.
Great. Oh yeah, that is a great thing to feel humble. And also tell me a little bit about, you know, some of those books. I know your motivation was self-esteem and dealing with depression, I assume. And so tell me a little bit about that.
So like the way that The Rules of a Big Boss, the book of self-love, is like set up, it is like each chapter is like a different rule, and it goes into different things that you like have to achieve and have to like the different stages that you have to go through in order to like get that high self-esteem and get that confidence. One of them being just like taking time for yourself and truly finding yourself. And that's like the building block for everything. So that first chapter, which is that rule that I just said, that is like leading on to everything else. And then The Unexpected Journey Fire goes into my last chapter, which is centered around like depression and anxiety, which is like, it doesn't define you and it doesn't make you who you are. So like that's what that chapter is like dedicated to. And then The Unexpected Journey, that goes like more deeper into it and explains like how I went through it and more the legal aspects of it rather than the personal and how it doesn't define you.
Also, let's switch back to Dietrich. So tell me a little bit about how is it based, these books are based on personal experience, or is it also some of things which you saw?
No, everything is firsthand. Personal experiences. So, if you don't mind me going off on a tangent a bit, so Rules of a Big Boss deals with Haley's journey with dealing with low self-esteem and things of that nature. And her low self-esteem was, actual clinical diagnoses of, agoraphobia, anxiety, and school phobia. And reason being is because she went through a litany of bullying. That wasn't just the typical bullying that you would deal with on a day-to-day basis, like, name calling and things of that nature. Her bullying actually involved sexual assault, physical assault, attempted murder, the spreading of, perverse rumors, and name calling. And she was only 7 years old at the time when all of this stuff started going on, and she went through this stuff, from the age of 7 until she was about 12. So being at home with COVID allowed her an opportunity, to, sit back, reflect, and, sit back and reflect, because, I mean, what did we all have over the summer? It was a lot of time to think. And she started writing in a journal, and she started writing in that journal, and she brought the journal to me, and I read it, and I said, Haley, this is very good. You should turn it into a book, as opposed to, just leaving it as a journal that you're just going to keep amongst your friends. And I asked her, did she want to publish it? And she said, yeah, sure. So we published the book on June 25th of 2020. And the book received rave reviews, and people started asking and clamoring for more. And they really wanted us to go down the rabbit hole of really talking about the bullying in and of itself, because the book itself, the first book, talked about a journey. It wasn't just focused on bullying. It was focused on low self-esteem and all those things, and how to build yourself up from those low points in life. So I said, okay, in November, she and I sat down, and I said, okay, let's go ahead and start crafting, the build on, or the bridge in the, which is the Unexpected Journey, Fire and Gold. So that book goes into, my side of the story, and, the effects that I was having and the impact on my life, and, witnessing these things and everything. And it also includes the personal things that I was dealing with, which included, employer retaliation, discrimination, things of that nature, so on and so forth. It goes into like how I had to get the President of the United States involved to get her some help and things of that nature, because of the rampant bullying that she was going through. And Haley was suicidal as a result of everything that she endured. So this book right here was basically her tool that she used for healing. And she used that book saying, I am going to help other people heal. So she came to me and she said that she wanted to start, at some point in the future, she wanted to have her own clothing line and whatnot. And I said, why not now? And she asked me, what do you mean? I said, go ahead and start your own clothing line now that's based around your book, that's centered around your book. And, with your big boss rules or whatever. So you call it more or less big boss gear, which is self-esteem gear. And, we could get it trademarked and everything, and we could go from there. You already have your own clothing line. So then, once you get to college and everything, you have a heck of a portfolio, because you can show that not only are you a published author, you're a small business owner. And I was like, you got 5 years to go before you even get there. So I asked her, is that something she wanted to do? And she said, yeah, sure. So I said, okay, well, we will use this book as the bridge for everything. So the name of the company will be called the Rules of a Big Boss, LLC. And, everything that you and I output will be under the umbrella of that, company. So as you can see, looking on the front page of the book, right there, you can see her logo showing that her company is actually the publisher of the book. That's her trademark. So, that the Unexpected Journey, goes into how she and I both were basically survived persecution. And despite, all of the obstacles and hardships that we dealt with, we still survived. So both books are motivational books to, to try and help people move past their troubles in life.
Well, congratulations, Haley, to get the book also out, and also your journey, with overcoming so many difficulties at such a young age. That means a lot. I mean, everybody faces some of the problems, but you're at your age to overcome that, I think, is a big achievement by itself. And coming with a book is, of course, another achievement to help so many people.
Thank you.
Okay, so Haley, also tell me about, I would like to ask you a little bit about bullying and dealing with depression or with self-esteem. How was it, what things have helped you to overcome that?
It was mainly to turn off social media. Like, I'm not saying that I wasn't on it, because I'm on it like pretty frequently, like all the time. There's never a time that I'm really not on it. But I did have to like take a break and I was off of it most of the time, sometimes, but not really. So I like took the time off of it, and I just more so focused on my religion, which is Christianity. So I'm more so focused on my relationship with God than I did with anything else. And I had like started to think about anything negative or anything about that, I would like automatically distract myself. So bigger things and things that were higher. And that like gave me the strength that I needed in order to finally recognize it and stop ignoring it and doing other things. So after taking that break from all negativity thing and cutting off all the toxicity, after taking a break from that, I was finally ready to like face it head on. And what I did is I just focused on what I loved. So I did everything that I loved, and then eventually it started to like come to me about like getting my self-esteem higher up. And then I also watched a lot of self-help YouTubers, like a lot. I still do, but yeah.
Okay, so tell us, you would like to share some of the tips you have learned from the watching YouTuber, or what you have kind of that has helped you.
What I have learned from one of my favorite YouTubers, her name is Tati Coakley. What I learned from her is that what somebody else thinks of you is none of your business. Like, even if it is about you, that is their personal thoughts, and you really don't have a right to know. Just like nobody has a right to really know what's going on inside your mind. It's the same with other people. So somebody else's opinion of you is none of your business. And if you spend the rest of your life like worrying about what other people do and worried about what other people think about you, you're never going to be happy, because you're never going to satisfy everyone, and you especially can't do. So that's the biggest thing that I learned from her. And then from Love Your Natural, which is my second favorite YouTuber, what I learned from her is like more how to navigate with toxic friends and how to navigate through different friendships and becoming a better friend and bettering yourself personally. I can't remember everything. It's more like would have to come to me while I'm like actually in the situation. And then all the other YouTubers that I follow is more of like keeping proper hygiene and keeping your mental health in check, and like more so taking care of yourself.
Okay. So, but those messages kind of stick out more, kind of resonated more with you to find a solution, right? And also you mentioned that you have strong faith and strong beliefs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's always good. They have always seen people who have faith and they have things to believe in. They always have a better outcome in terms of, any problem, not just bullying. Life is tough, and you will have so many tests throughout your life. Even I have, and I'm sure Mr. Dedrick has, everybody has, and will be tested again and again. But if you have faith and if you believe in yourself, those are the two things, then there is nothing in this world that can really destroy you. You'll always come above it, and next one you'll be stronger. So what doesn't kill you make you stronger. So right. So I'm really very happy that at your age you have that knowledge of having connection, religious and spirituality. That's so meaningful, so important for somebody. I think a lot of our problems are because we don't have that faith kind of thought. So if you have that, whatever, you can have any faith you want, but you need to have faith, right? So you need to have something positive. You need to have hope. If you don't, then medicines or everything, friends, nothing works. So it is what we all believe in. So what is your thought, Mr. Derek, with such an important topic? And I'll ask you one quick question about that. A lot of minorities are worse in that aspect, bullying, depression, and that of course includes me too. And then because we all have kind of some different problems, but some are grouped together in terms of we are the worst, kind of get everything worse, right? So whether it's COVID, whether it is diseases health-wise, so a lot of bad things are there, but this is important that we educate, we help each other, we help community, and self-help, and try to educate and help each other. So tell me, Mr. Derek, about your thoughts that it is more prevalent in minorities.
Well, it's funny that you should say that, because I'm a bit of an outlier. Let me, before I answer that question, let me go around my elbow to come back to my arm. So, Haley had her issues or whatever, that she dealt with depression or whatever, and they had an effect on me too. And in being transparent, I actually have anxiety disorder, and I have major depressive disorder. And despite all of that, I'm a jovial person, and I fight and I battle with it every day. And, every day is a struggle. And I go in the unexpected journey. I actually talk about those anxieties and depressions and things of that nature. And one of the big things is, I was prescribed medication by my PCP, and I was diagnosed back in 2014. So I was given medication pretty much from that time on till now. I'll be on it forever. But the thing that I did besides just medication is I went to therapy. And my therapist said that, she wanted me to be able to be independent of medication. And in being independent of medication, it's all in your mind and it's all in your mindset. The the laws of attraction and things of that nature. And, she said, I'm going to teach you how to live with these things independent of the medication. You're still going to have to take the medication, but the medication won't be a mood enhancer for you. You will know how to enhance your own mood. So I've been seeing a therapist pretty much since a short time after my diagnosis, off and on. And unfortunately, for various reasons or the other, actually for several different reasons, minorities don't believe in, therapists. And, there's a multitude of reasons that come into play. In some cases, it's due to being uninsured. In other cases, it's due to being underinsured. Other cases, you run into confidentiality. If I share this with him or her, will the information that I provide truly be protected, or will it be used against me? We also, a lot of us look at it as seeing that we need help. We see it as, weakness, and seeing it as a weakness is generally speaking because we've always had to be so strong with respect to, just living through life. Look at what Haley's had to go through. She had to develop strength at 7 years old. That's a pretty common thing in, minority communities with children. So you run into, cultural barriers there and things of that nature. And then, you and I both being men, one of the things that we'd like to do is we don't like to talk. We like to bury our things and, deal with them internally or whatever. Mm-hmm. And, that ends up leading to a lot of, battles. And unfortunately, my keeping and dealing with things and dealing with everything that was going on, that helped play a part in me becoming disabled in developing these diagnoses. Had I, taken advantage of used my insurance and taken advantage of therapy, when the stuff first started, I may not have ended up becoming disabled. But, there's no time like the present. I did go once things got too bad. And, you know, and I'm glad that I waited until things got too bad, because given my journey, I'm able to counsel people and say, you know, going to therapy is a gift. You know, sitting down, talking about things is a strength. It takes a strong man to admit, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say strong man. It takes a strong man or woman to admit that they need help. It takes a weak man or woman to just sit back and bottle everything up. So we have to be willing to sit back and talk. And, you know, we could do it, you know, face to face, virtually. You could just write in a journal or whatever. But somehow or some way, you have to get those things out of you. And unfortunately, in the minority communities, we tend to keep those things inside, and it ends up destroying us.
And that is true. You know, there are definitely a lot of issues which you have pointed out and at abroad. But I always find, you know, that we need to have help each other, pretty much kind of build strong bridges among us, you know. So I think that, in my opinion, you know, help, self-help as well as, you know, community help, whatever we can get support.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, minorities are also most divided. So, you know,
absolutely,
they are also, you know, kind of least supportive of each other. So this is also sad, very sad.
That is very true.
And so, but we need to have definitely a better understanding, not only understanding education, and also help each other. So that's why I think we need to have these books, and we need to have these programs, so people can, first of all, we need to highlight that these are the issues we are having. And then, you know, so we need extra help. I mean, look at, for example, COVID is worse in, you know, minorities. It's really devastating for many reasons, not only illness, but also financially. Yeah. So, but we are just, that's been, unfortunately, you know, when the aid comes, when the vaccination even came, unfortunately, they kind of skip some of those worst ones.
Yes.
I'm sure you knew that. So those are reality, but we have to help. I wish they kind of do that like they did, you know, the most vulnerable population, they helped give the vaccines. So they should have done same thing for minorities and high risk and all those, because we are getting the worst of all. So those are the important things, and that makes a difference to somebody's life, you know. So.
Absolutely. And, you know, and the big thing is it all comes with education. And, you know, I shouldn't say education, I should say community education.
Yeah.
You know, we have to be out there with boots on the ground, educating people in these minority communities, speaking about, you know, the benefits of this versus that, and so on and so forth. Like, if you look at it right now, like if you would have taken us back in time and said in 2013, would I be a motivational speaker? Absolutely not. I didn't have the capability in me to be able to do it. But given my journey and my struggle, sorry, I shouldn't say mine, I should say our, but given our struggles and everything, and time to reflect and, you know, being able to build past that brokenness, it's like now I can use that to try and help other people. And one of the things that we're trying to do in the book is try and be, you know, transparent and informative, because like, look, here I am, see me, see, here I am, here we are, see us. We have these disabilities, but we don't allow these disabilities to become us. We're perfectly fine. We're perfectly normal when the lights are on. When the lights are off, sometimes, you know, that's when we have our issues, but still we rise. We rise like lions out of a fire. And, you know, and saying these are the benefits of, you know, going in and talking to camp therapists or whatever, and, you know, so on and so forth. Now, I do know that, you know, if I did stop taking my medication, I do know that I would have a setback and a relapse or whatever. So I'm completely aware of that. But a lot of minorities think that, you know, once you start to feel better, you can start winging yourself off of your medication. And you see that a lot in like people that are bipolar or whatever. They'll stop taking the medication and they will end up having a relapse. and being cognizant of that, saying, even though I know that I'm feeling great and I've been feeling great for years, I'm going to continue to take my daily medication. Now, of course, I miss a dose here and there. Everyone does. But missing one day isn't going to hurt anything. But if I miss 30 days, okay, that's another problem in and of itself. But, it's the education of, everything. As far as the COVID vaccine, I got it. I received the COVID vaccine, and the biggest thing that I dealt with was just a pain in my arm and fatigue. I didn't have any other problems with it outside of that. And, it's a big culture of mistrust. And to be able to get past that mistrust, we had to put those boots to the ground, and we had to develop educational programs that speak specifically to minority communities, because there is no one cookie cutter approach that you can use and say, hey, the same thing that we use for Asians is going to work for Hispanics, or the same thing that we use for Hispanics is not going to work for African Americans, and so on and so forth. You have to build the concept as you go out and get into these communities, and you have to build trusted relationships with them. And if you build those trusted relationships, people will listen.
That's true. And thank you for highlighting that. Thank you for both of you joining in. And any final thoughts you would like to say to my audience?
Haley has a really good one.
Haley, it's your time.
So I actually wrote down some of my favorite quotes that I like to end off with. So give me 1 second. Okay. So my first one is, love the person that you're with because you're your only constant. So that means you're always going to be with you. Like anybody else, it may be a bitter pill to swallow, but anybody can leave you. Literally anyone who is not you can leave you at any, and you never know when that is. So best to just love yourself, because regardless whether you like to hear it or not, you're always going to be stuck with yourself. So it is what it is. And might as well just learn to love you and just learn how to navigate how you would, and you'll be good, pretty much. And then my second one is, you never know what's truly important until you have to choose. So 2 important things, like mental health or staying with somebody else because their mental health is bad. So if your mental health is bad, but somebody else is too, and you want to help them, but yours is bad, how can you do so? In that situation, you have to choose. And most likely you're going to choose somebody else, and then you're going to end up choosing yourself in the end. But that's a whole nother story. And then my third one is, when you get what you want, that's God's direction, or whoever you believe in. That's God's direction. When you don't get what you want, that's God's protection. So that can apply to the atheist or not, if you believe in the universe or any other God, or if you don't believe in anything, period. But just know that there is something protecting you and directing you. So when you get what you want, then that you're supposed to go in, and then if you don't, then that's protecting you. And then my third one is, don't expect a snake to not be a snake. So don't expect somebody who is fake to be real to you. Don't expect a liar to not lie to you. So just take people for what they are, because that is what they are. And if you keep trying to have all of these unnecessary and all expectations for them that you know that they can't possibly do, because either they don't want to or they just can't, you're always disappointed every time. And then my last one, which is, some people are only meant for a season, and there's always a reason. And that means that some people are only supposed to be in your life for a certain amount of time, and then there's always a reason why. And that's all I have.
That's beautiful. She summarized the whole thing. Very well, very well. I really enjoyed it, and especially your last ones. That's really right on the money. Okay, great talking to you both, and take care and good luck. Okay, take it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Take care.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember our cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember our cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember our cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember our cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
To Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have great guest, Thomas Mooneygill. Let's welcome Thomas. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you today?
Good to hear from you. Thank you. So tell us about yourself, Thomas. What do you do?
Well, I do a lot of things, but I'm known as a shamanic practitioner. I also teach Tai Chi and Qigong. I write. I also make some art. So I I sort of have hedged my bets by doing a little bit of everything.
Okay, very good. So tell me a little bit about how did you start doing this Tai Chi? And
Tai Chi, that came as when I was in college. They had options for physical education. At the time, they still required that you take some PE credits, and I looked through the catalog and thought, you know, what am I interested in? And that was one of the classes, and I met my teacher and worked with him for 7 years before I started teaching some friends, and then moved on to teaching in some wellness centers, and now in gyms and community centers. And, you know, started my own channel on that too, so.
Okay, very good. So tell me a little bit about, for everybody to understand, what is the difference between Tai Chi and yoga?
Well, Tai Chi is a martial art. So most of the moves, even the transitions, have defense applications to them. So that's one very clear difference. When you go back into something like Qigong, yoga and Qigong sometimes will share some of the same roots as far as a wellness practice goes. And Qigong is one of the branches of traditional Chinese medicine, you know, the others being Chinese herbalism and then acupuncture, acupressure.
And also tell us a little bit about what is the philosophy behind Tai Chi?
The philosophy with Tai Chi is to develop your balance, develop flow within the body, to be able to move with what is around you, and to move without effort. So if you were to look at an animal, how they move, it's not that they never fall, that's not that they never, you know, miss the target, but when they're moving, they're not thinking about moving, they just move. They're just one with their own form. And so that's, I would say it's about unity with the forces of the world.
And do you think everybody can start this pretty at young age, or should they start at any age, or doesn't matter?
I mean, of course, the longer you've practiced, the more the benefits are. So if you can start young, that's great. But a lot of people pick this up in either middle age or in their senior years. A lot of my students come through a senior program or are also recovering from major illnesses and are rebuilding their chi, rebuilding their stamina and vitality. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
You said they're building stamina and vitality?
Yes. Tai Chi is really about building functional strength. When a lot of people think of working out or going to the gym, they're thinking more of fitness strength. And functional strength is really about having the vitality and energy, balance, and stamina to get through your daily life with less pain, and to be able to do the things that you want to do.
And also, you've mentioned beside Tai Chi, you do other programs too.
Yes, Qigong I mix in with my Tai Chi, so it becomes part of the warm up, part of the cool down. I very much try the way I teach my classes. I am not a martial arts teacher in the sense that I'm not teaching defense. I may reference what these moves do, but I'm not teaching sparring. So I fall much more towards the Qigong and meditative aspect of Tai Chi than I do the martial aspect of it. But I am familiar with the martial aspect as well.
Mm-hmm. And do you think, what are some of the basic things which somebody can focus on while learning these arts?
Number one, I would think, is the deepening of the breath, because I very much focus in my classes on, deep belly breathing, breathing down into that lower abdomen to lower dantian, or that's called the Sea of Qi, and then expanding all the way up and finally releasing out through the mouth. I think becoming aware of the breath, making the breath conscious is key. And then also working with balance, working with alignment in your body, becoming aware of what your body is actually doing. A lot of people live from the neck up a lot, and they don't fully inhabit their bodies as much. And they don't necessarily notice things until there's an injury or until, they're having pain. And this helps to kind of get you into your body, getting you out of your head. So we spend so much time in our heads and mulling over instead of fully inhabiting our forms. And so I'm really teaching, breath, body awareness, moving with purpose. First is just an exercise, but then you can take that and you can expand that outward into your life as, moving with purpose in everything that you do.
Tell me also with COVID, what have you seen recently? Like, is it people are getting more interested in it, or have you seen less interest with COVID?
Well, it's hard. What's been interesting is, I've had to shift how I do things. So because the population that I particularly teach was the vulnerable population. So I had to move everything virtual. So I was actually learning how to teach in front of a camera, and that's what I've noticed. But it's been nice to be able to connect with people who's before their schedule wouldn't permit them to make it to a class, where now, once I've recorded something and put it out there, people have the option of fitting it into their life. So there has been an interest in trying things from people that haven't, necessarily had the space for that. And that needs something to sort of, calm the body down and bring us out of that sort of panic mode that many of us get locked into, myself included, just by, responding to events and traumatic things that we see or have personally experienced. So it's a great balancer for the nervous system.
Okay. Also, I want to ask you, how do you keep yourself in good shape, and do you have a specific lifestyle do you follow?
I have a dog, so he gets walked every day. So that's been one thing that has, as the pandemic had happened, it's not that I never walked him before, but I found myself walking the dog longer just to get out of the house. And I'm actually, I think, in better shape now than I was prior to the pandemic. And then also I increased my own practice in Tai Chi and Qigong. So I was practicing more often and longer because I had that time. And also, I'm not going out to eat. So everything is made at home.
So not going out to eat helped you to remain in good shape?
Well, yes, because when you go out to restaurants, the portion size are not necessarily the same. And, there's stuff to make the food taste, more better, which is usually more salt, more fats, more sugars. And then when you make things at home, it's just whenever you've made something at home, it's generally better for you, in my opinion. So we've done a lot of experimenting in our house with different cuisines, cooking more elaborate meals, trying just different things to celebrate life, and using food in that sense of being a celebration of the earth and the fruits of the earth.
So you're saying that before that you were more into enjoying those flavors, but now you're more into enjoying basically the fruits and keeping your health in better shape, right?
I mean, we always ate fairly well. Just from a familial standpoint, my grandfather was a chef, and he was from the Mediterranean area, so we've had mostly a Mediterranean diet. So a lot of olive oil, a lot of vegetables. We love pasta, but you know it's moderated by a lot of the other things that we eat, and we do eat meat, but we don't eat huge portions of it. So I'm hesitant to say, you know, this is the way, because I feel like everybody's body is a little bit different, and you have to find, you know, what works for you. And a lot of times that is going back to maybe some traditional family and see, you know, ancestrally what was working for you and your ancestors. I think that's a really good, you know, starting point.
Also, I want to ask you, tell me a little bit about you said you walk your dog every day, and do you also concentrate a little bit on healthy eating?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We do, you know, pretty much make almost everything from scratch.
That's very good. Yeah.
So it's not that we don't enjoy our treats, we do, but when we have them, it's because we've made them.
Yeah, no, that's very good, very good. So what is the best way for you to enjoy your treats? Is it that you basically get fun stuff, like some particular cooking dishes or anything?
Yeah, we have, you know, there's a lot of, you know, favorite dishes. As far as like desserts go, like this last weekend we made an apple pie. So like I said, we have them. We do have our treats, but it's sort of like we have to make them. So that, you know, that takes time. And if you want to do something, it you know, you get to see the whole process and how much time and energy that takes. And so I think it helps you appreciate it more. But it's not something you want to do every day, because it takes, you know, a couple hours to bake that pie.
Yeah, I know. So also tell me a little bit, what have you seen with your students? Like, you know, I'm sure a lot of people want to learn. So what have you seen basically recently? Are they more interested in Tai Chi, or is it other forms?
I have a lot of people that are, I just started back to in-person classes this past week. Mm-hmm. And I've had people, some of my students have been contacting me as they've been vaccinated to, hey, are we going to have our classes back again? So there's been this push, and you know, it's been really wonderful to be able to experiment with teaching virtually, mm-hmm. to know that I can do that. But there is something about when people gather together and practice, you know, something that is both an exercise, but is also energy work as well as meditative. You create sort of a group field effect that helps support everybody in the practice at the same time, as well as boosting your own practice. Mm-hmm. Because we are social creatures, and when we do something together, and particularly when you're doing a form where everyone's doing the same move and step with everybody, you create a particular flow in the room that everyone can feel, and it's very bolstering and supportive for everybody, including myself, the teacher. So,
mm-hmm. so you have seen basic. Now, also tell me, do you think Tai Chi a lot of people can or should do as a family thing rather than one person?
It's really great if you have people in your family that will practice with you. I've tried to, I've got older parents, so I've tried to get them involved in it to help with some of their aches and pains, but they're still kind of resistant.
I know. So, I mean, usually I tell, like lifestyle, I say, make it like family affair, all kids, everybody should join. So maybe Tai Chi, maybe you say younger folks can, they can probably enjoy that. But
sure. I mean, one of the benefits is because, my teacher explained it to me. It's like when we're young, it's like we have this flame that's burning really high and bright, and we burn through our energy very quickly. And he says, like, you've got to learn to stoke that flame, but like bank it so that it lasts and will sustain you for a long time. And at the time, I didn't understand what he meant because I was very, very young. But as I've gotten older, I'm like, oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it would be better to take some of that and store it for later use. But yeah, I think it's very beneficial. But I always tell people that they need to find a practice that they identify with. So, for some people, they're going to be more drawn to yoga. For other people, it's going to be Tai Chi or Qigong, or it might be a more young kind of very, it might be kickboxing. It might be swimming. And it's really more about being consistent and mindful of your practice, whatever that may be. And then if you're looking for specific practices to do specific things, then you can sort of parse through that. I love Tai Chi. I've practiced it for, it'll be 25 years coming up at next year. So it's something that has been a part of my life for a very long time. And I like it. It's really helped me kind of settle and have an appreciation for my body and how I can use my body to change my mindset or change how I'm feeling just through the simple practice of breathing and moving.
Also, I want to ask you, what is shamanism?
Shamanism is sort of an umbrella term for a way of looking at the world or interacting with the world. It is at the base of most of the religions of the world. At one point, there was a shamanic element to them, and some of them have retained that element all the way up to the modern day. But it's one of the basic core beliefs of that is that everything is alive and everything has a spirit. So, and that you can communicate it in particular ways. So like a stone could have a spirit, the river has a spirit, a tree, a cloud, any animal that you see has a spirit and an intelligence that you can communicate with and learn from. So that's the basics.
So there is mind, body, and soul. So what you're saying is there's a soul to it, right?
Yes. And that in some traditions, we have sort of almost a pyramid kind of structure where, human beings are at the top. In shamanism, we don't have that. It's more of a circle where everybody is interrelated. So you have human beings here, you have turtles here, you have lions over here, you have insects over here, and all of them are equally valuable as far as how we look at them. They all have value and they all matter.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guests. Let's welcome Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, everyone.
And how's the weather there, Sarah?
A little. I'm sitting in front of a window because it's got good lighting, right? So it's lovely. My ring light gets a little hot, so it's nicer to look outside and see a forest. But pretty cool for this time of year, for sure.
Yeah, and I would just put your website so people can know you.
Okay.
So Sarah has a great website, and check her website, and it is her name actually, Sarah K. Ramsey, at .com, so not at, but .com, and it's as you can see, she is matching today with her website.
That's right. That's actually a thicker sweater. This is a thinner sweater because it's summer, but the amount of black clothing I own is significant. It's a lot of black.
Okay, well, it looks great, and so I think you have a great taste, and you know what to dress. And I think I saw one of the pictures you have on Facebook. Also, looks amazing. You know, that yellow.
Oh yes, that's my signature color. Yes.
Yeah, so keep that. Both colors look great, amazing.
Oh, thank you.
So, also tell me a little bit about yourself, Sarah. How did you start this journey?
Well, I always make a joke, and I say no little girl grows up thinking she's going to be a toxic relationship specialist. And so this is certainly not what I thought I was going to be doing, but I found myself in a real cycle of people pleasing, of putting up with really bad behavior, of thinking I couldn't be nice and strong. Mm-hmm. I had to choose and just be like a good girl. And being a good girl meant letting everyone else win. It was always their turn. They always got to set the rules of the relationship. And eventually, I blacked out while I was driving in Charlotte, North Carolina. I was on a girls' weekend there, completely sober, no medication, no drugs, no alcohol, just what kind of stress and impact that was putting on my life.
And you bring up very important point here, and that is I have seen in many ways it's in different cultures too. It's here, and of course I'm from Pakistan, in our cultures too, and everywhere in the world. I mean, I've lived in Middle East and also here. So, but one thing for sure, for some reason, sad reason, is that for females there is a different standard, or they are what you are saying makes a lot of sense. Like you said, you have to please everyone. You have to sacrifice, and what about men? So then why is that a different set of standards for both? That I have hard time understanding all this. I mean, I have sisters, wife, and everybody, colleagues. So I always ask them, why is that? And when somebody is also taking care of their daughters when they're young, they also kind of teach them similar kind of thing. They infuse the same thing. Play with the dolls, play with this, dress this, and do. It's good to play with dolls, but you can do other things too, right?
And we have to stop believing that love means we don't count anymore. Right? If we love someone, that means we don't count. And it's really that simple. I think healthy relationships are relationships where both people count. Mm-hmm. Their dreams count, their rest counts, their needs count, their opinions count. And, from a very early age, we're told to take turns, right? Mm-hmm. If you're playing with your friends, take turns with the ball, take turns with the doll, take turns with the toy. Mm-hmm. And we forget that as an adult. That a healthy relationship just simply means taking turns. And we make it really complicated, like, well, this communication pattern and this skill and this, and those are useful. But when you really get back to the basics, it can be a lot more simple than we're making it.
And also, many times I tell people that, relationships are simple on one end and also could be very complicated on the other, depending on how complicated you make them, right? Mm-hmm. So if you want to believe in simple and keep it simple, then of course you get simple answers, which means that if you give them a kind of space, anybody. Now I say forget about men and women, forget about just two persons. You're in a room or in a space or they know each other. Why would you make any friend or anybody who you cannot tolerate or you cannot get along, right? So if you can't have any kind of conversation or so that part is never compensated by anything else. Yeah,
and there's a lot of people who think I'm good. Their identity becomes I'm good at helping people who are in bad moods. I hear people say I'm good at managing crazy. I'm good at helping people who were always angry. And it's like, whoa, when that becomes your identity, I'm good at putting up with bad behavior is really what you're telling God and the universe and everyone else who's listening. I am good at putting up with people who are mean to me. That is a bad skill to have.
Yeah, it's a bad skill to have. And I say, if you two people, whether it's a man or woman, or it could be two men or it could be two, it doesn't matter, for a discussion purpose. So if they cannot even tolerate, and there are always personalities which don't get along, and there are some which we easily get along, and there will be always, but you have a choice. You always have a choice, but if you have, you start a relationship and you have you think everything is good, somehow you discover things are not where it's supposed to be, then there is always a way to have that fixed or reconciled or whatever. But what you're saying is absolutely right. You don't have to be a toxic person, right? You don't have to be a toxic, abusive, or whatever.
It's about a pattern of behavior, because people say, what does it mean to have a toxic relationship? We all have bad days. We all go through difficult seasons. When I was recording my book, Becoming Toxic Person Proof, I was getting up. I think you and I are in the same time zone. So I was getting up at 2 a.m. our time to record with a recording artist in Eastern Europe. Okay, so I was working with a recording artist in Eastern Europe. So I was getting up at 2 a.m. He would, I think you scroll down, you can see the book. But yeah, that's Becoming Toxic Person Proof is the name of the book. There we go. And so I was doing all this work, and I was obviously in a very bad mood. I was tired. I was overworked. I finished the editing process, then started the recording process. That was not my best self. I did not bring my best self into my marriage and my parenting and anything else, my friendships. But that's not my only self. That was a season of my life, not the pattern of my life. And,
And anybody could have a bad day.
Oh, absolutely. But there's a difference between a dog who bites you once and a dog who bites you daily. And sometimes people are in relationships with people who lie to them as a pattern, who yell at them as a pattern, who minimize them as a pattern, who abuse them as a pattern. And the pattern is so painful that they put up these blind spots so they don't see it. And they tell themselves it's not really that bad. People hurt people. They didn't mean it. I'm pretty good at putting up with this. And then they wake up one day and have lost years and years of their life.
And that is important, that, what you're saying is there's a difference between, what we call same thing, rash and eczema, So
yeah, that's great.
So you give example of pet and I give example of medicine.
Yeah, no, that's great. I love that example. That's exactly right.
So if you have eczema, of course, you will take care too. I mean, we can get rid of, that's normal. But there's a way to treat it, and then there's a way to manage it. You'll have flare up, sure. It can be. But there's a way to manage it if you want to. And then same rashes could be anything, acute thing, and you could get away. But I think what I always try to help people is to understand things which could be making it worse. Okay. And those are, I think it happens because we all are humans and we try to solve things ourselves. So let's say they try to Dr. Google, or they try to figure out something, and then they try to maybe drink a little more wine or alcohol to suppress their anger and so forth. And their problem could be they could not handle the stress. And then next thing will be one thing leads to another. So if you're off the course and you go on the shoulders, you could actually go off the ditch and just never come back to the road, pretty much. That's about it.
Well, and our lives get better when we don't wait until we hit rock bottom. and we wait. There's something about us humans that we wait until we absolutely cannot take it anymore. And so far, I mean, there's so much that's happened since then. If I personally wait and start a diet when I've gained 100 pounds, it's a lot harder to lose 100 pounds than 10, right? It's harder. Harder.
Yeah.
Sometimes in our lives, we have 100 pounds of emotional weight on us, and we don't solve it at 10 pounds because we can still handle 10 pounds.
Yeah.
Wait till it becomes 100 pounds, but at that point, it's crushing us.
And then probably they get motivated, right?
Yeah, it's it's like if you have a child, a really difficult child, and it said, well, for the last 10 years, my child's been in trouble with the law, doing this, doing that, and I think I need some help now. And it's like, gosh, I wish I could have helped you at year 1. There's so much more we could have done at year 1 than year 10. And I say that to anyone listening, if there's, a relationship in your life or several relationships in your life that you can't handle the relationship, so you try to numb it out with alcohol or food or even exercise, or you try to meditate or medicate it away, but then you wake up and it's still always there. And it's this pattern of exhaustion, this pattern of being broken down to your core. I've heard toxic relationships described as death by 1,000 cuts.
Wow. So the question is always, that people become numb, and then I think there's a famous song, if you remember, Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb.
Yes.
Do you remember that song?
Yes.
So I think probably he said the same thing, is that you become comfortably numb, and then you don't respond till it hits really rock bottom. Maybe then it kind of triggers some hormones and neurotransmitter in the brain somehow, and then it's like getting the electric shock, and then probably then they just come back, right? And then you go back to try to fix that for you, right?
If you had a very controlling or abusive parent, and then you end up in a controlling or abusive dating relationship, and then you end up marrying someone who is also controlling and abusive someone else, you've got this pattern of normalcy that's comfortably numb. You're experiencing things that if there was a TV show about your life, and this is a helpful exercise that I think, if I had a video camera in your life, would your neighbors be horrified? And that can get us out of that numb sense. It's like, oh yeah, my husband got mad and threw something across the room and broke a plate in front of my children, and my children were screaming. That may be your normal. But if it was on a TV show, what would they think about the characters of that TV show? And that can really help break you out of that comfortably numb feeling. Because most people who are in toxic relationships, if you ask them that, they'll say, oh my gosh, I'd be horrified if anyone knew what was going on in my house. So I want you to be horrified that it's going on in your house, not horrified if someone found out about it.
And so what you're saying is exactly right. So there has to be either a mirror which tells you, oh my God, something is wrong, or like you said, with the emotions, maybe if they record themselves and see themselves, how they came in the room or they came in the house and so angry and all that, and then how they were yelling and all that, maybe they will see that self-reflection, but it's hard to see that because we can't, as humans, we can't, so unless somebody tells, and then maybe sometime we listen or something comes to, and then we all of a sudden then realize, there's like so much damage done or whatever. And that is, I think that's very important. People like you, me, we are, I have seen many times there are people who wouldn't give up smoking, but as my duty, as not only duty, but also I feel strongly, I keep telling them there is maybe out of 1 year, maybe one day they listen and exactly So it's the same message again and again, but maybe one day, maybe a little different every time. But the main focus is same: stop smoking, stop this, stop that. But maybe one day they will pay attention, right? And that could be the time they turn around, right?
And I love that you used smoking as an example, because I think if someone is in a toxic romantic relationship, people put them in this really terrible category of stupid or dumb or broken or low self-esteem. And I have something called smart girl syndrome, okay? Which means I think if I work hard enough, I can make something work. Now, when I was a classical piano player and I was trying to work hard to learn Beethoven and Mozart and Rachmaninoff, that was a very useful strategy.
Yeah.
In my college biology class, I worked hard. My political science class, it was my first test in college. I didn't study at all. I made a D on my first test. I was horrified. I had really good grades in high school. And so I worked and worked and worked. I made like basically 100 on every test after because I'd studied, right? And I had to work at it. So when I bring that same expectation into my relationships, I can try to make a really bad fit work if I work hard enough. And that's a very bad strategy in relationships.
Okay. So also tell me, I'm sure you have seen a few things which anyone should pay attention to, with improving their relationships, toxic relationships.
Oh, yeah. So in any relationship, I always coaching people on asking for what you need in a very clear way. There was a girl, she went on a date and she felt like he was too touchy. Nothing really inappropriate, but they'd gone to a museum and he was a little bit too touchy. And I said, well, just say that if you want to go on a second date, that you're only comfortable with holding hands right now and see if he respects that boundary. And she's like, oh, well, that's so clear and so easy. And it's like, yes. And I think far too many women avoid asking for what they need and being very clear and direct about it for some reason. But clarity is kindness. It is kind to both the men and the women in my life for me to say, this is what I need to make this relationship successful. There's a lot of clarity and kindness to that. It's no games. It's no bull crap. If it works, okay. If that's not a fit for you, then it's not a fit for you. Obviously, I'm talking about early in the relationship, not leaving a 20-year marriage just because, it's there's some give and take in those long-term relationships. And I don't.
But also, I think it's a point, actually, good point in long-term relationship too. Actually, I would always say that basic does not change. So even in chronic or long-term relationship, don't kind of ignore the strength of communication and the basic. So don't assume that it is. I think that's where I think those relationships start having problems, because it gets rusty with time. So if you have to remove the rust, just go back to basics. What started, like you're saying, the basic was be clear on what you want and convey that to the other person. That's what you want. And I think there are two important things in that. One is everybody should know what they want. That's the basic problem.
That's a real problem. I'll speak as a woman and say women are very unclear about that. It's one of the things I work with my Wondrous Woman program. It's like, and that's why people are getting raises. They are creating changes in their job. And it's like, all I'm teaching them is to become their own best problem solvers, know what they want, and be able to communicate that. These should be very basic human skills, but women are afraid of it for so many reasons. And then it's easy to, clump all men are jerks. Well, did you ask for what you wanted? Ask for what you needed. Yes, there are men and women who are jerks, and there are men and women who are wonderful. How can we collaborate on that?
And I think the only problem is being men. I can tell you, we are more in terms of like to get direct message, So I think the problem happens if there is a little hidden message or kind of different message. That confuses us, and that confuses any men. And so if my wife supposedly says, okay, buy this, it means don't buy it. So if I buy it, I get in trouble, but that part sometimes we forget.
Oh yeah. If I have any, I don't do a lot of couples counseling, but I teach people how to do healthy relationships in the future. And that is my number one thing. For example, my husband was traveling a lot for work before COVID. And so he would go to all these fancy restaurants with his business and get to go eat at these amazing places all over the world. And then I was at home with the children working from home. Right. And so then he would come home and say, oh, what are we eating at the house? I'm fine with turkey sandwiches. I'm not even hungry this weekend because I've eaten all these great meals. And I'm like, but no one's taken me on a date. So, I need, my expectation is that we dated before we got married, and I want to date as we are married. And just because, I understand that you've gone to these nice places, but I haven't, and I want that to still be a part of our relationship. And he was like, okay. And that was the end. There wasn't any apology for it on my end. I'm so sorry. I'm asking for this. Can you please, pretty please, maybe do this for me? It was very clear. This is what I want. And because we had a pact before we got married that we would do our best for as little things to change as possible. So we were so happy dating, and we wanted to commit our lives to each other, but still feel as if we're dating as much as possible. And so that was part of our commitment to each other. And so there's things that I still do that, just because we're married, I'm not giving up on that. And that was a pact we had, but it was a very healthy pact. We have a very happy marriage.
And so, I also share very similar story with my wife. We had, we go to mall, and many times she would say, okay, let's go and do shopping. I say, oh, I'm not interested in looking. You continue shopping. I'm here. So I figured out there's a, theater in it. So I figured out, okay, you do your shopping for 2 hours. I'll go to the mall. So I don't bug you. She said, yeah, perfect. We did 5-6 times, and then soon she realized that this is not what she wanted, So she sees I'm coming fresh, and I'm saying, okay, how was your shopping? Great. Okay, let's go home. So it's 2 hours. And so she said, listen, I want you to be here with me all the time. We go to each other. I didn't ask you to go to the theater. I said, you didn't tell me that before. So I figured out a way to spend those 2 hours, because you said I'm making you miserable on choices and so forth because you can't concentrate on shopping. I said, that's fine. I'll just do something else. But no, she said, no, I don't care. But I want you to go with me in each shop and tell me what is good. I said, okay, now I got the message.
Yeah, and clear communication, because if your relationship was toxic, what would happen is they would do the flip. Somebody would, within the relationship, the guy or the girl would have done the flip, which is, how dare you, blah, 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 right? How dare you change the rules on me, and I could have done the shopping, but now I have to do this. Or how dare you say I'm not showing up for you? How dare you? And it creates a power imbalance in relationships. And if there's the more prevalent that pattern is, the more troubled the relationship is. So you just described a pretty healthy relationship dynamic. So congratulations to you and your wife.
No, we just like you say, we understand each other, so that's great. But still, I think still I was like, I think you could have. There is nothing to hold you telling me that. Mm-hmm. Oh no, you want me to be with you there in that shop. So that's fine. I'd rather hear that because then I feel, or I thought that she doesn't need me, and maybe I'm interfering with the shopping, right? Which could be true too, right? Because we are not men, not very much into shopping. Now it's reverse. Actually, I do more shopping than her. So
I do more shopping than me too. His parents, he grew up in retail. His parents had a retail shop, so he grew up shopping. He loves it.
Yeah. No, but I think you're absolutely right. There is another element to it, and it's important. That's where actually, the collateral damage. Where people don't realize that they tend to damage left and right a lot by saying things which they don't mean, and exactly what you're saying, that they could have gone other way around, and me and we both would have argued, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, and that then is the collateral damage, right? And that's a lot of damage. Then there's nothing. The original topic is gone.
Yes, and that's really important. If you can't stay on topic, it's always going to go badly. You never do this. You get really historical, like, oh, but 10 years ago you did that too. The more you can stay on topic within your communication, the better problem solving skills you and your wife, me and my husband will have in this process. And the toxic person always tries to get you off topic, especially if you say something like, do you have lipstick on your shirt? Did you cheat on me? And no, dare you say that about me? Don't you know that you spent too much money on the credit card last month? And then you start talking about something that had nothing to do with the original intent, which can get very tricky and keep you confused and keep you exhausted and keep you in that numb state, because you never know what's going on. It's always
I have to ask you, Sarah, you didn't ask your husband, oh, you've been outside a lot, and so you were direct, and you didn't say, oh, by the way, maybe you were XYZ, maybe, like you said, so that would have really spoiled the actual message, right?
Yes. And clarity is kind. The more clarity you can have in your relationships, this is what I need, this is what I expect, and this is what I'm willing to give. In a give-take situation, it doesn't work if someone's saying, my expectation is that I always get my way, right? That's not going to work. If both people can say, let's take turns, give and take, then clarity is kindness.
Okay. Also, tell me if any tips for females to actually find out what they really want, like if they, what makes them happy, or at least what can help to kind of focus on that point. To saying is one thing, but getting to that message is a big thing. So, do you see any points which they can focus on?
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite strategies for this is taking personality tests, and seeing what some of those words say about you. Because a woman asks, who are you? They're going to say, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a worker of some type, right? Whether that be paid or unpaid. And for example, I host a podcast, the Toxic Person Proof podcast. I am a writer, Becoming Toxic Person Proof, but I am a communicator. That has nothing to do with what I do or what my relationships are or what my work is. I am a good communicator. I'm a good connector. Like, that's just who I am. And so I can figure out who I am from that, and then figure out what I want, more opportunities to connect and communicate in healthy ways. And personality tests will say things like that. You're probably a good communicator. You're probably an extrovert. You're probably, I have strong feelings. I'm very passionate. I have strong feelings. These are things personality tests would say about who Sarah was that had nothing to do with who I'm connected to at that point in my life.
And that comes to the basic, is to know yourself.
Yes.
And then those strategies can help. Everybody needs, it's like I tell, all plants need different type of water, sunshade, and everything. So, but every plant is unique. So everybody is unique. So we need different kind of passion, introvert, extrovert. It's like superb mixture, right?
Well, and you can learn to lead with your strengths. For example, I have a lot of creative energy. If it's a creative project, I'm going to do very, very well. So my personality test would say I was creative. So I need to find things in my life to wear my creative hat. I'm a horrible organizer. If it's like my desk is always messed up and, there's papers everywhere and, oh no, where did that letter go? I don't have very strong physical organization skills. I can organize people, but I don't have good physical organization skills. Well, if you and I are partners in something, you may be like, oh, no, I'll take care of the files. I'll take care of this. I'll make sure we have all the data. I'll make sure we have all the research. And you can take care of the brochures and the flyers and make sure they're creative. And that helps you. The more you can live in what you're good at, it will also help you figure out what you want, because I'm going to feel really good at the end of the day and come home to my husband and very happy at the end of the day if I've been in my creative self. I'm going to come in very frustrated if I've been working all day in my bookkeeping or my organizational self. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and that's important. But I think that only, the only problem sometimes people have is that two people can be very similar. So, and then, then it becomes a problem a little bit. So then the question is, let's say both have not great at organization and all that. So they both create mess. Very straight. And then who is going to clean it, right? Then who is going to clean that? Yes. And sometimes so you're absolutely, but still, I think if they have a good relationship, still they can, we'll do together, or we'll do, maybe you do a little more. I mean, there will be a little bit personality difference between two, I'm sure both won't be boneheaded or really hard to talk to. So one could be a little more polite. I'll just take a little more, maybe do 60% of those. Yeah. So I think you're absolutely right. But still, the bottom line is still you need to know each other, yourself first, and then each other. So then how can you help each other rather than make each other toxic, right? So,
yeah, and I know I keep going back to the pattern, but I do think the word toxic is overused at this point, even as a toxic relationship specialist. And it really is that pattern of behavior. If someone makes you frustrated, that is not a toxic situation. If you feel as if you're someone is battering your soul on a regular basis, that is what is toxic. If someone is minimizing you, or you feel like you have no power in your own life, or you're always confused, that's what toxic means. Getting in a fight with your husband, I do want to help spread this message, because we do need to know what it means to be in a really unhealthy, toxic relationship. And then we don't want, everyday average troubles to be considered toxic.
And that's another thing, is that I think the only thing I will add to that is toxic is maybe sound like, the end word. So maybe we'll say, just a normal wear and tear. And I think every relationship, should be a relationship, is able to sustain some of those wear and tear. And which means they should be able to handle those stresses. There's no relationship in the world which can just break on us just slightest, inaccuracy, or just that does not exist. If it does break, then it's not a relationship. It's just maybe some other definition. So, but you're absolutely right that there is a normal wear and tear, and the more stronger relationship you have, the better you can come out of that, actually. And we all get sick. We all don't have great time all the time. We'll have hardship. We'll have bad days. We'll have, this is normal. I mean, just like any weather, there will be rain, there will be sunshine, but we should be able to survive that if we have true relationship, right?
Yeah, and that's a good point, because a truly toxic relationship is going to feel like an eternal hurricane.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is not normal. If you feel like a constant hurricane, that is not normal. If you feel like, there's been a week of rain, that's not what we're talking about here. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Okay. Any final message? Oh, it was fun. I can't believe we just discussed 36 minutes.
Well, I always say my message to the world is surround yourself in relationships where people are allowed to play by the same set of rules. It's not one set of rules for this person and one set of rules for this person, because then you'll be happy, you'll be respected, you'll be loved, and you'll take turns, going back to that taking turns. So if you can think about it as, who in my life am I allowed to play by the same set of rules with? Who do we follow the same script? You'll have happier relationships.
Okay, well, great. Thank you for coming to our show. Wonderful.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. Bye. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Hello, my name is Jean Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guest, Gloria Huss. So welcome, Gloria. How are you doing?
Thank you, Dr. Moby. Thank you for having me on the show today. I'm having a pretty good day.
Good. Very good. Very nice. And that's very important. Just an intro for Gloria. She is a TBI survivor, and we're going to discuss basically all the coping skills and everything which entail with TBI. So it's an important topic. A lot of veterans as well as other people suffer TBI. So we're going to learn about TBI in this episode. So let's go back, Gloria. So tell me, when did you have TBI?
I had it on February 10th of 2020.
February 10, 2020. And what do you remember the details?
Yes, I do. I had been under an enormous amount of stress where I had been living. And also, I had just resigned from a job that was just too high paced for me. And it was stressful having to quit, even though I enjoyed the people and I enjoyed the work. And I'm walking from the place of business to about half a mile down the road to the bus stop. Next thing I know, things were getting dark and darker. And I was looking around me and I'm thinking, didn't even think about what was going on. And next thing I know, I had hit my chin, the left side of my chin on the sidewalk, and the whole front of my body hit the concrete.
Okay. So was that first ever incident like this? It ever happened, or did you ever have it before?
No, this was the first time it had ever happened.
And did you lose consciousness?
Yes, I did. I did lose consciousness, and somebody saw me and asked me if I was okay and helped me up. And I felt fine other than my knee and chest hurting, and continued walking to the bus stop while I was talking to my girlfriend on the phone to come to see if she could pick me up at the bus station to take me to the ER.
Yes, and with TBI, you know, did you had like a brief lapse, or did you remember all the incidents, or was that just kind of a few details which you remember?
I remembered everything that had happened, and I still do.
And then that must be very traumatic for you.
Well, I didn't think anything of it other than hurt. Well, it did afterwards. But at the time, it didn't. My hand hurt from where it had hit the sidewalk, went to the ER. They took all the x-rays. Everything showed up fine. The MRI came up fine. And then it was like 7 to 10 days later when the concussion started showing and all the other stuff started showing up. So then it became quite difficult.
So it became very hard. And did you have a problem with concentration, memory?
Oh, yes. It took me 7 months to get my concentration and focus back. I had difficulty speaking. And because I have global brain damage, the MRI showed my reading level had gone from an adult reading level down to a second grade reading level. And it took me about 4 months to get that built back up. But it was a lot of hard.
So a lot of, yeah. So what about, did you had to be taken to the hospital?
Well, only right after when I had my fall, but I didn't go to the hospital after that. I was okay. I had gone to see the doctors and have all the x-rays done, and a physical therapy specialist who had called to send me to a neurologist so I could have all the other tests done.
So did they have to also, so you went later on, but initially you did not notice a lot of concentration problem, or did it kind of get worse with time?
It got worse with time. I was having a lot of migraine type headaches, and it felt like my head was full of cotton. I had balance problems. I need to use a walker now, where before I didn't. Before I was walking 1 to 1.5 miles a day, and I could barely walk 1/10 of a mile to take my dog out.
Oh, must be hard. Did you have any problem with memory too?
Yes, and I still do.
Okay.
I forgot how to use my sewing machine completely. Now I remember how to use it, but I'm not able to because the sewing foot the repeated motion of going up and down is overstimulating for my brain. There are times where I have to sit in a dark room for 2 to 4 hours at a time if my brain has been overstimulated with too much music, talking on the phone too much just to get everything to calm down.
Mm-hmm. And so now there are two, of course, parts of the memory which we, the medical profession, kind of worry about. One is recent or kind of immediate recall, and then the other is previous memory. So did you have problem with both?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm.
But the memory recall had gotten better. But my girlfriend had even asked me a question about what I had done with her daughter, an event that we had trained for. I don't even remember training or the event at all. I still have, now I have brief glimpses, but I've lost a lot of my memory. And people ask me, what did you forget? I say, I don't know. I don't know what you don't know what you forget. You just, just living in the moment is all that you're remembering.
Okay, yeah, that must be hard for not only you, but also for the family.
Actually, I don't have family, so it's hard. I have close friends, and it was hard for them. And I still today, I had a conversation with somebody yesterday, and I don't even remember what it was about, but I do remember that I had a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And other thing I think you have mentioned about was the headaches. So you were getting some of the headaches with it, right?
A lot of them. And in time, those have gotten fewer and fewer. Now, if my eyes are blasted with sunlight, if I forget to put on my sunglasses, or even if I have them on because of being light sensitive from the fall, I will get a migraine type headache.
Okay, you'll get a migraine type headache. Okay. And do you take now, do you have to be on medications for it?
No, I'm allergic to a lot of medications, so I just do everything without medication.
So you avoid basically going out to those triggers which would bring it on, right?
Right. Right now there was a point where I couldn't even be in an area with a lot of people. Grocery shopping was too much because of all the activity. Now I've been told that I can go to small groups, small gatherings, but I do better one-on-one. But I notice I still have problems when it's 2 or more people. So I do avoid anything that would just overwhelm my brain.
Okay. And what about, do you have also any medical issues before this, or these most of were healthy and then now all of a sudden you have a lot of problem?
Fibromyalgia and glaucoma before.
So that's not complicating, like some people have, prior injuries or prior problems, but that's in your case, you were pretty otherwise, very good with those aspects, memory, concentration, and day-to-day. So I'm sure it must be very hard for you to, but good news is you're making progress, right? So you have,
because every area and lobe of my brain was affected, including my brain stem. And that's what the MRI showed. There was a point where with my right eye, if I read too much, my brain was overstimulated, I would lose the sight in my right eye for up to 2 hours. And then as it got better, it was just be blurry. So now for the first time, which is 8-9 months out from the brain injury, I now have clear 20/20 vision out of my right eye.
Okay. So you have, I'm sure you have learned a lot about brain by looking at the MRI and also, the various parts of the brain, like you said, vision as well as memory, concentration. So the executive functions, they're all different types of, functions which brain performs so well. But unfortunately, if you have some injury to that, so that area could be really affected, and there could be sometimes, global issues if people have other issues with it. There's certainly, those are, that's like an eye opener for you, right?
Yes, and also I had asked the physical therapist specialist when she was talking, I said, I'm having difficulty understanding the English language. And she said, that's because your brain is overstimulated and not understanding, and it's trying to grasp, and also the brain damage. So there are still times where I have trouble understanding people talking English because it sounds like something sped up. So if somebody's also talking real fast, all it sounds like is a bunch of in my brain. Yeah, that's an experience.
Yeah, that is the experience. So okay, so yeah, that is true. You know, that is must be difficult because, you know, in the past, of course, you were doing all those functions, and now they don't make. Now, did you have any problem with words, also finding words, or was just you can talk okay?
I'm not employable. I can do things on my own time and speed, but there's no way I could go into an office and work at this time. And I'm told that I have probably up to 4 to 6 years of recovery.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, that must be, you know, hard for you to kind of also, you know, I'm sure it affects a lot of mood and sleep too. Were you having problem with sleep too with it? I know with fibromyalgia, a lot of people have it.
Yes, and I had to read about how to reset my circadian rhythm so I could sleep because I was having difficulty sleeping. And usually I'm a morning person, get up and was able, and my personality is completely different. And it was like I would get up in the morning and I couldn't, I'd be dragging. So I would, then in the afternoon, I would have my energy. And then I was able to reset my circadian rhythm with being able to get up in the morning. And then in the, like my rhythm was before, in the afternoon, I rest. But I can't get past 7:30, 8 o'clock at night before I need to go to sleep. Or before I could stay up till 10, 11. And now I'm an early bird to go to bed. And
oh, so you are waking up early now. You used to be late.
Yeah, I used to go to sleep 9, 10 o'clock at night, wake up at 5 or 6. And now I go to bed 7:30, 8 o'clock at night and wake up 5 or 6.
So it has changed your rhythm completely, circadian rhythm.
Yes, it has.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of change to your brain. Okay. Also, tell me, what are some of the therapies are you getting right now? So, you know, for audience to kind of get the idea, you know, if somebody has Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guest Caitlin with us from Florida. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How's everyone else?
Great. So thank you for coming to our show, and it's been a gorgeous day in Orlando as well as in DC. And Caitlin happens to be from DC, so I was chatting with her, but she doesn't remember anything from DC.
Yes, I was born there, but I lived all over the place. So,
do you remember where were you born?
Yeah, well, my dad moved around a lot. He was promoted around the country, not military. Everybody asks that, not military. I've been living in Florida for most of my life. So
okay, great. And that is a true Florida spirit here.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to talk about Caitlin first. Caitlin is a nutrition specialist, right? That's what you do, right? So tell us about yourself, Caitlin.
Well, currently I'm a nutrition coach. I do whole food, what I call plant preferred, it's on my shirt, cooking as well. I'm also a mother of 4, so I've got a really really busy family life here. I help others go through the same type of transformation that I went through years ago. And I hope to inspire others to want to pursue a healthy lifestyle. And yeah, I don't know if you want me to go into my story or not, but that's my...
No, please do that, because I think then people can really relate. So tell us, how did you start?
So several years ago, I was a lot less healthy than I am now. I was 50 pounds heavier. I was just entering that domain of, being categorized as obese. I had really terrible anxiety and depression. I was sleeping like 13 hours a day. I had just gone through a really difficult breakup with somebody I thought I was going to get married to. And I was a single parent. So I realized I needed to change my lifestyle because I had like no sense of self-worth at the time. And B, I didn't feel like a totally competent parent. I had a hard time getting out of bed in the morning to get my son to school. And so I felt like really I needed to lose weight at the time. And I don't want to say that losing weight, solves all your problems. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I did realize that I needed to lose weight and get healthier. So I did a medical weight loss program. When I first walked in the door, I realized the receptionists there were overweight. And so I wondered, I realized I couldn't just lose weight. I was going to have to change my whole lifestyle if I wanted to keep it off. Because what was clear to me is that some people were going and doing this medical weight loss program, and then they were just rebounding and gaining that weight back. So when I started doing my weight loss, and I lost 50 pounds in like 4 months, which is not typical. I don't suggest trying to do that. But it like melted off of me, but that's because I was basically starving myself. To be honest, the program had me eating less than 1,000 calories. But like I said, I realized I needed to change my whole lifestyle. So I started looking into nutrition. I got really interested in nutrition. I started running. And at the time I felt like I was going to die if I ran for, 30 seconds, but, a couple of years later, I was running, a handful of half marathons. So, and I really just I felt like switching to a healthier lifestyle just totally changed my whole life and my perspective and my confidence. And because of that, I became very passionate in helping others do the same.
I think that is a great story, and a lot of people can relate to that. Many levels. First of all, you had a difficult time in life. A lot of people have difficulty recently, with COVID, of course. We call them COVID pounds. People are gaining at least 10, 20 or more pounds. And then we have, of course, a lot of stress. So first of all, for everyone, just to realize nobody has life which is free of stresses. Nobody has. And, I have a lot of stresses. You have a lot of stresses. And it could be personal, could be financial, could be both, could be emotional, could be all of them. But the question is always, how do we take care of ourselves? And if we don't, can we handle or go through that stressful time? That is probably the most important thing, right? If you yourself are not well enough physically to go through, then these stresses can really cause a lot of problem for someone. And look at, for example, COVID, with the people who were overweight. We are not here to stigmatize anyone, but reality is reality. If somebody is overweight and diabetic and then have medical issues, they are at highest risk of dying from COVID. Okay. So it is what it is. The COVID is pretty much is really affecting those individuals, especially if they are not taking care of themselves. So that brings more of to take care of your health first, and that is not only just to look good, but which is everybody's right to look good. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But also to take care of your health, which is, your diabetes, your high blood pressure, your cholesterol, and a lot of bad things. It's very simple. All we have to do is eat healthier and kind of adopt healthier lifestyle. And why we say lifestyle, and that is another second good point you had, is that anyone can lose any amount of weight, but keep it down for extended period of time is most important. You can lose 50 pounds, whatever. Even people lose with surgery, but then they gain back. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then the question is, I always tell them, the problem was never in the stomach. Problem was up here, thinking. So if your thinking is not correct, unfortunately, and that's what I also struggled. I used to be 100-pound overweight too. So, and then for me, same thing was that busy schedule. Yes, lot of excuses. But when I thought of calling someone and joining a camp or something, lose weight. But the question is, when you come back into your real life, then you gain back.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Then the question is how. Now you have 4 kids and you have, you're busy. With 1 kid is full-time job, right? 4 kids, 4 jobs. Okay, well, and then of course you have to look 10 other things. So life doesn't get easy, but I think you have worked the way to find the lifestyle, right? That is the key, right?
Yeah. It's all about balance and just taking small actions. Small actions lead up to big results. So
to big results. So tell me what other things which helped you to maintain your lifestyle.
Well, I used to hate cooking, and I find it interesting. Some people will, they'll just go sign up for a meal service or something, but you kind of do need to learn just a little bit of cooking. I mean, you don't have to be a chef. You don't have to be like, really good at it. But being able to prepare something that's predominantly made with whole fruits and vegetables and, good quality meats and animal products. I think that was huge. And I started teaching myself to cook when I was doing my weight loss program. And I mean, before that, I was like, Thanksgiving time, whatever, I was hiding. I did not want to cook. And I was definitely that type of person to throw chicken nuggets in the oven. But I had since learned that it is really important to learn a little bit of cooking skills in order to be able to live a healthy lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. And so then that brings to our other topic here, which is your clean cooking with Caitlin. Okay, right. So tell me a little bit about, so you started cooking some and then you kind of blossom into all that recipe.
Yeah. I find it funny. I have a friend that calls me a chef. I'm like, no, I'm not a chef. I learned to like it. I got better at it. I realized I was very creative when I did it. I had fun uploading these recipes and uploading videos. And it kind of went from a hobby to what I'm trying to make it now, which is a career.
Okay. Yeah. And, we need people like you who are legit, and then they believe in health and then the fitness and trying to put. Problem is, a lot of out there, a lot of info. People have all kind of info. The problem is the food industry is also there, big industry, and medical industry also, pharmaceutical especially. So they are there. Anytime you and me, we talk about lifestyle, they don't want you to go there because people will be healthier, and then nobody is going to be buying their products much, and that is a problem. for them. So they find a way to use this tag lifestyle and also use this salads or use this. Now, if you look at the fast food chains, their salad has so much calories, unbelievable. So I don't know who calls them healthy. I don't.
Yeah, you get a salad, you throw a ton of cheese and a
so what?
creamy, whatever. You kind of negate a lot of the,
Good
the
things, yeah.
benefit. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I said, if you're eating 1,500 calorie salad, I think you'd rather just eat the hamburger. That's fine. Why bother putting a lettuce there and then just say, oh man, I ate green. Okay, wow, really? So then, I think that is why it is important that we come up and we promote, people like yourself. So tell me a little bit, I pulled some of your popular ones. So tell me a little bit about these.
Yeah. So that first one's very popular.
Okay.
It's more, so some of my recipes are more of like a better alternative kind of
Right.
recipe. So I wouldn't say, hey, this carrot cake's on Caitlin's website. I'm gonna eat a giant slice of it every night. That's not my intention. But it is sweetened with dates only. So I've tried to clean up a typical carrot cake recipe. I've snuck some beets into there, and that one's really tasty. The second one there is totally okay. Yeah, I want to skip
Okay.
to that.
Okay.
That's
Who
a
is
fun
this?
video too.
Who is this cooking with you?
That is my stepdaughter.
Okay, that's
Yeah. So we got
Okay.
the bunny ears on. She loves to bake. She's totally going to be a cooker, some sort of cook or baker. For sure. And she had a lot of fun being on camera too.
Yeah, I see that.
And then
I see
the other one, the salad, that one's definitely a lighter, healthy one. It's not necessarily a better alternative one. That's a healthy recipe. And then I don't know what else I had there.
So yeah, let's go with this roasted sweet potato and beetroot salad. So this is how it will look, right?
Yeah, it's before you mix it all together.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to find good ways to use beet, and I like the incorporation of the sweetness of apple and sweet potato with the beet and the cranberry, and there's just something magical about tying together a sweet and savory salad with balsamic vinegar. So I like that one.
Okay, and this is very cool. It's very, very colorful, as you can see. It has a lot of colors, and it looks beautiful. So
Yeah.
for sure. So, but we always encourage people to check out the portion size. So, and just eat appropriately. Eat only things which you can burn or which you can, justify. Do not overeat. So there's nothing wrong with eating. It's just problem is you have to walk, you have to do some exercise, you have to do something to burn it. You just don't want to eat and sit. That's the worst thing anyone can do, right? So that's have some activity, right? Burn those calories.
Yeah, and I'm a huge proponent for mindful eating. If you can learn to gain some awareness around your own behaviors and your appetite signals and how you feel, and you transition to a more predominantly whole food diet, I think that those are, you're gonna learn what too much is over time.
Okay. So tell me, what is the difference with for people to understand whole food plant-based versus the regular?
I'm just a proponent for adding as many fruits and vegetables as you can to like naturally crowd out the junk food. In all honesty, I went fully plant-based for like 7 months last year. And I love plant-based. I think it's great. But then I got a nutrition certification, and it kind of tilted me back the other direction, but I still do completely believe in, and I strongly believe in the power of plant-based foods to, help mitigate your risk for cancers and diseases. And And just eating predominantly plant-based food is going to help you reduce the amount of saturated fat and some other things that you don't want in your diet that might typically come from fatty meats and animal products.
Okay, and I see you have a lot of cuisine, lot of good dishes. I mean, I love your. You have low sugar. You have. So let's check your different types of recipes you have, and a special diet, vegetarian. Also, you have option, and low sugar. So so these are your low sugars.
Yeah, I'd say most of them are low sugar. I try to go as low sugar as possible with everything. You know, it's just it's a tag on there. I don't know if
Okay. So do you do some exercise or walking, or do you do something on those?
Well, do you mean personally? What do I do personally?
Yeah.
So I've been a runner for many years. I recently had to do a lot of physical therapy because I was pushing myself a little too hard with running. But I'm back into running. But now I've been considering triathlons so that I can, you know, mix it up with some swimming and cycling as well.
No, oh, okay, that's very nice. And so your advice to everyone, you know, check out your basically kind of this plant-based diet because it is less in sugars and for sure lot of colors, you know, a lot of good stuff in it, right? So people can benefit from good nutrients, micro and micro as well as macro. So tell me also about some of things which can really, you know, ruin somebody's lifestyle. So
can what? Somebody's lifestyle? I'm sorry.
Some things which can really ruin somebody's lifestyle, you know.
Oh, what can ruin it?
Yeah. So if they are
hyperpalatable foods, like, you know, processed hyperpalatable foods like ice cream, and when they mix fat and sugar together, it's that you know, that put together makes it irresistible and makes it so you have a hard time honoring your satiety. Yes, satiety signals, and not moving at all. You don't need to be a triathlete or a runner per se like me, but just getting some everyday movement in, you know, walking is excellent. I mean, I'm all about deep health. So I think it's more than just food. It's every area. It's stress. It's not getting adequate sleep. It's, not having connections with others, you know, that are positive. You know, it's every facet of your life can contribute to your health.
And that is true. So there are three major facets, and I also actually talk about those three in my book too. So diet is one, you know, kind of mindful eating. I would say mindful eating, and you know, basically that's the key. And second is, you know, core activity. You need to have some kind of activity. Human body is made for activity. It is not made to just sit idle because your blood starts clotting. You know, if you're sitting for more than a couple of hours and not moving, unfortunately, your body blood circulates and it tries to stagnate, and then you can develop blood clots, and people have, you know, and it's a dangerous condition. So you need to move first. So, and on the other side also, if you don't move, muscles start getting weaker as well as bone. So beside blood clots, those are the bad things can happen. If you are in bed for a long time, you know, we see a lot of now with COVID patients. So they're unfortunately on ventilator or something, on hospital bed for some time. They really decondition tremendously, and they can't even, you know, get out. So first, thankful that, you know, we are doing well. So, but make sure, you know, continue that some kind of activity your body needs every day. And thirdly, of course, sleep is so important for rejuvenation. Carb craving is going to be really worse if somebody is sleep deprived, or they could have then you'll be craving a lot of sugary stuff. And like you said, if you mix sugar with fat, the problem is we have in the brain those centers. One is tidy center, which tells you to stop, and then the hunger center, which actually needs protein to tell. So they have seen they fed mice with just carbs, and then they gave protein at the end. They stop eating as soon as they hit the protein. So same thing, you can eat a lot of carbs and then you don't stop unless you hit fat and protein portion. But if you eat that mainly, then it's going to satisfy your brain hunger center as well as tidy center. And then tell not to eat a lot because you don't need actually. And third thing is, of course, is the stomach is the bag. The more you fill, the more it asks next time. So it's very simple, right? There's nothing magical about that, but you have to be mindful. So this is appetite, and if we are vigilant about what we eat and enjoy your eating, don't just put the food and just run away like fast food, because that's where most people don't even remember what they ate or how was it tasty, nice or no, because they want to get out of these fast food chains pretty quickly, turn around. But guess what will happen? Then you can take 2,000 calories in 15 minutes. And right? So, and then you think your body knows what to do with those 2,000 calories? Not really. Your brain and stomach and blood, heart, all have limited resources. They cannot just take care of all that for you. So remember that you have to give.
Dense. I really slow down and take small bites, and I savor it like a fine wine.
Okay. Or just take it. Yes, exactly. The problem is the dense food. They created those dense food which are unnatural. The biggest example, of course, is donut or the bagel. I hate bagel for that. So they created bagel, and that has anywhere from 500 to 1,000 calories, depending on size, of course. So you can really eat half of the chicken, and it'll be still 500 calories.
Yeah,
so that's bad.
I like to combine a lot of fiber, like vegetables, for the volume with protein, and that'll help you feel more satiated for sure.
Sure. And so thank you for coming and emphasizing again. So check our website, and that is really Caitlin website, and that has a great advice, great recipes. I love your recipes here. And then also, so that I can put people clean cooking with Caitlin, right?
Yes, and then I also have lifestyle coaching programs, which you can.
Yeah, and then once you click on the actually weight loss here, and then it takes you right into the weight loss program. So and that is really cool. So I think enjoy the food, keep eating, and but remember to exercise. Okay, so thank you for coming to our show. Any final thoughts you have?
No, I encourage you guys to check out the lifestyle programs. I am expanding my offering, so it's not just weight loss per se. So keep an eye on that, and make sure you follow my account so you can see all the yummy recipes. I think that's all I got.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you. Good luck. Take
Thank you. You
Bye.
too.
Bye.
Bye.
is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
To Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Jean Ann Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that, beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually. It's close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life at Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it's gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do for us, is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our show.
Story Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the Sleep Center Diagnostic Facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of you can welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane. And let's welcome leads to waiting area.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Movie with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA. And I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
मैं साइमा नियाज कंसल्टेंट साइकाट्रिस्ट यूके चों एक बारी फिर लाइफस्टाइल टीवी चैनल ते ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif, and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियां और आसानियां लेकर आए. अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा. Happy New Year.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember us to God as love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us to God as love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember us to God as love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us to God as love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that
beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life at Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it's gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our show. Join outside. They are making a special harbor, as you can see. It's a great day at Central Harbor. Eye. To our right, DC area. Towards the right is the casino.
Story Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the sleep center diagnostic facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane, and let's welcome leads to waiting area. So
I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hello, my name is Jeanne Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
मैं साइमा नियाज कंसल्टेंट ਸਾਈਕਾਟ੍ਰਿਸਟ UK ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ। 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ। ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ, ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ। ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ, ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ। ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁਰ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ, ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ
Welcome to my show, Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and we welcome you to an important topic today, and that's about sleep disorders. So I would like to educate a little bit, and then we'll run the program. So want to make sure everybody knows sleep disorders are most common disorders we encounter in primary care, specialty care also. And just to give you an idea, 40 million people suffer from insomnia. Most common disorders seen in sleep disorders, and also this is very prevalent in women and older folks. So having said that, we welcome one of geriatric specialist with us. He's board certified in geriatric medicine, internal medicine. Dr. Jamil, we welcome you. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Dr. Ahmed, and I'm an internist and also geriatrician, and I practice mostly in geriatric population, but I have younger people too.
Okay, great. So today we're going to talk a little bit about insomnia, correct?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit what your experience is, since it's very prevalent in older folks also.
Well, after I thought about it, and I tried to search and see what are the stories about insomnia in the internet. And strangely enough, most of the mythologies and things all are sleeping too much. Mm-hmm. And you'll be surprised to know that the Rip Van Winkle, who slept for many years mm-hmm. and missed the whole Civil War,
wow.
was in Catskill, New York story. Is in that mountain of Catskill. Mm-hmm. And I was surprised to know that too. Then even go long before that, and in Greek mythologies, there was a person named Hypnos. Mm-hmm. And Hypnos' brother was Thanatos. Thanatos is agent of death.
Okay.
And Hypnos is for sleep. they're twins, and one's job is to put people to sleep, and that is to take their life. And they used to live in a cave, and next to a stream, and the name of the stream was Forgetfulness. And I also had a very, very interesting story, but mythologies are good to read. But I didn't get too many information from the historical perspective, and so it is very common. In our practice, we do not ask people too much about sleep unless they complain of. We talk about high blood pressure, congestive heart failure, diabetes, and get all the measures. One of the common problems, like insomnia, is rarely asked. But when we ask, or when they complain that they cannot sleep, that has many meanings. One is that they have trouble falling asleep. Yeah. Another is they're waking up all night. And they sleep well, but wake up very early, then cannot go back to sleep again. Mm-hmm. Or say, I don't feel well, even after the good night's sleep. Mm-hmm. So there's different complaints they have.
Yeah. So what Dr. Jamil is trying to say is that insomnia constitutes different aspects of sleep. So falling asleep is one thing. Problem which could be lasting more than 6 months. So they go by 3 by 3, which is 3 weeks problem over 3 months, and then or I think 6 months probably will be more realistic in terms of chronic. So tell us a little bit more about why do you think people start with insomnia problems?
This is very common. Mm-hmm. Almost 30% of all patients has issue with the sleep apnea. Mm-hmm. As Dr. Moby told you that situational sleep apnea, insomnia is not uncommon, mm-hmm. but should not last more than 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. If it over 3 weeks, then it's a problem. It's going to affect your body somehow. Mm-hmm. And so we always ask, how long is going on? And then we'll tell that, I feel tired all day long. Yeah. And it's going on for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Then you have to put an effort to find what is the reason. Mm-hmm. If you think that divide your sleep, there is a 2 kind of sleep. Mm-hmm. And they call REM sleep or rapid eye movement sleep. Mm-hmm. And there's a non-REM, that time you're not. Non-REM sleep is the longer part of the sleep. So and another is a sleep latency, or how long it takes to fall back to sleep. Mm. If you don't have a good sleep, you may have some of the physical and mental issues. One is the depression, and issue with the memory, mm-hmm. can remember anything, and the daytime sleepiness, mm-hmm. and even falls. Mm-hmm. So it has some implication. That's how we know this is a chronic, and you got to do something about it.
Sure.
And how much sleep do we need? Mm-hmm. Everybody's different. Yeah. Some people can sleep for 4 hours and do well. They are extremely minority, and probably you don't see them every day. Mm-hmm. And compared to most of the people, they'll sleep between 7.5 to 9 hours. Mm-hmm. Some people need a little less or more. Mm-hmm. And how is it related? Some of the diseases actually are related with this sleep. Like people have a sleep problem, they tend to have heart disease, diabetes mellitus, mm-hmm. or sugar problem. Mm-hmm. And there is some incidents that people who does shift work, like one day in the night, another is the day, and month after month, mm-hmm. they tend to have more colon cancer and the prostate cancer. So we are not sure exactly, but obviously it changes our body from inside. And this only happens if you work for like 4 years. If you just do 1 year, it may not have the effect, but it's some people work in a factory for years and they have every shift they're changing. They are at higher risk for all the health issues.
Yeah, and that's very important because, sleep. So like Dr. Jamil clarified, make sure everybody is different. Some people need 4 hours, some 5 hours, teenagers need more, 10 hours or more. Don't go by just numbers, go by some, if you feel next day refresh, you feel your mind is not foggy, lack of concentration, and you are hyperactive. Now, kids tend to become hyperactive more, and there was actually, for kids, they changed the hour time in Midwest, where I used to practice before. They changed the hour they wake up by 1 hour delay, and improved the scores in those schools. So that is really important. So insufficient sleep and insomnia are a little bit different. So insufficient sleep syndrome, people don't get enough sleep and they tend to actually be sleepy during day and they will fall asleep and they take a nap and so forth and they feel better. On the other hand, people with insomnia, they don't sleep during day. Their mind is super on high, too much stress on their mind, and they would not slow down. So those are, we just want to make sure people understand the difference between those two. So let's continue on rest of the...
especially in older people, they all complain. And somebody will say that somebody else, the older people need less sleep.
Yeah.
That's what we think. Actually, they function better when they have a good sleep. So, even older people, they may have problems with the sleep, but if they sleep well, they will function better in the long run. So, it is recommended for everybody.
Yeah.
As you already talked about that, they call REM sleep and non-REM sleep. And we have seen this, when people sleep, all of a sudden their eyes start to move. That is their REM sleep. And then they go to deeper phases of sleep, almost like a paralyzed. They're very difficult to wake up. That is a non-REM REM sleep. That is the time actually our body tries to repair itself.
Yeah.
And if you wake them up in the middle of that non-REM sleep, they wake up very confused. And so it is important that we have several cycles of REM and non-REM sleep, at least 3 or 4 times, and just to make sure that we had a good night's sleep. And that's the time, as you say, it helps with the immune system. They get less infection if you sleep well.
Yeah.
And at that time, your body temperature drops, your metabolism slows down, and this is the time the body tries to repair itself through the whole day's work. So it is very important that we good night's sleep that sometimes we don't get.
That's true. And so for audience also want to highlight, there are changes in the body happening with age, and so we have to realize those are normal changes. So some of changes with female will happen, they will wake up more because those are affected by some of the hormones, and especially estrogen. So if their estrogen is wearing off, then they will wake up more. Second is there's a difference between men and women, how they sleep, how they age. So men tend to lose their stage 3, which is non-REM sleep as we age. So very few men will have a stage 3 when they are older than 50s. On the other hand, women don't lose much. They actually keep their stage 3 or deep sleep, but the problem is they wake up a lot. So at the end, in the morning, if you ask same person, men and women, how did you sleep last night? Now men won't wake up and they don't go in deep sleep,
they say, oh, we feel good. But on the other hand, if you ask female, they will wake up maybe 4 times and they'll say, I had horrible sleep, although they did go in deep sleep. So just remember, those are some of biological changes happening. Need for sleep does go down with age a little bit, but still pay attention to that you have to get adequate sleep no matter what age you have, because your memory, your emotion, both emotional and physical well-being depends on how well you sleep. So in immunity and immune system, those are very, very important. Like Dr. Jamil said, especially viral infections. A lot of people can catch flu actually if they sleep less than 4 hours or 4. So those are very important consideration. Please pay attention to those. So let's talk a little bit more on those.
If you go to the older people, they have a less REM sleep.
Yeah.
And that's the time you dream.
Yeah.
So if you ask older people, they'll say that they don't dream as much as used to. So that's how we know that they're not getting enough good sleep.
Yeah.
And there's one of the complaints, how come I don't dream? Well, you know, you need some time to dream, that you don't get it when you're not having enough sleep. What to do? And there's, I rather tell them not to take any medication if they don't have to.
Yeah.
Because, you know, taking a shower before you go to bed, 90 minutes before, or don't watch television.
Yeah.
And just to make your mind hyper. Those are the basic things that you can do. Or don't read any books that are going to make you agitated or think too much about it. So those are simple things that we can do, or cool down slowly and don't pick a fight. And the thing you can do is they call cognitive behavioral treatment.
Yeah.
And it is a psychological way to tell you that, you know, when to go to sleep, when to go to bed, when to get up, and all those things, the structure that we need for a good sleep, they will do. They will actually help a lot.
Yeah.
They say that they are probably as good as taking a medication.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
And it is, sometimes we always want to take an easy way out and take a pill.
Yeah. So that's so true. The medications are never answers. So CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy, is where we actually enforce sleep hygiene, which is going to bed and doing things in bed which we are supposed to do. Don't watch TV. I never understood why they have 10 or 11 o'clock news, because that sometimes can raise your adrenaline level. Maybe you should watch news earlier. And I don't think anything will change if when you go to bed. So don't watch late unless you really need to commute early morning. Just check the weather. Other thing is, I would don't have computer, no Facebook, no laptop there, and also remember things we do in bed, your brain remembers. So every sleepless night you didn't have in bed, it will remember it. So don't do those failures in bedroom, which means if you can't go to sleep, just move out of the bedroom or couch or somewhere else and just do that if you can fall asleep for 1 hour or so. So that is very important. Brain remembers every bad night you had in that room. So environment is very important. Second is get up on time, keep your rhythm always. Do not let it go wild. So once you do that, then it's very hard to reorient. Brain works like a clock. Clock moves forward. Backward is very hard, which means if I tell somebody to fall asleep 2 hours earlier, they can. But if I tell them to be awake all night or sleep by 2 hours late, they can. So imagine that the brain works like a clock, so then it's very easy to understand. Everybody drifts, their brain drifts by 15-20 minutes every day. It's our responsibility to keep it checked every day. It has to be synchronized every day. Your body rhythms, they are running on a clock, but you have to keep it synchronized. You cannot let it wild. Okay, so make sure this is an important part of CBT. I just want to make sure people pay attention.
If I may add to that a little bit, you said the most of the things more important, and you cannot force to sleep.
Yeah, you cannot.
If you go to bed and you cannot sleep, get up.
Yeah.
Go to other place, living room, sit down and read.
Yeah.
And when you come back to sleep, you'll be able to sleep.
Yeah.
It is almost like program your mind. The bed is something where you sleep.
Yeah.
So mind will remember that.
Yeah.
And then also, you don't drink caffeine or alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
You make sure that you turn off your cell phone completely. Don't put it at the bedside.
Yeah.
So that if you wake up in the middle of the night, you go up and check your telephone. That is gonna break your sleep.
Yeah.
Because the light from that, it will dampen your melatonin that you have in your brain.
Yeah.
So that how it is gonna slow down your sleep. You'll have a harder time to go to bed, sleep again. And then if you do an exercise, not before the sleep, like a 5 hour before sleep for 20 minutes, that is enough to help you to sleep. Mm-hmm. And sleeping during the daytime is a no-no.
Yeah.
Because it's going to make you sleep less at night when you need this.
Yes.
So those are the CBT thing that you do. Mm-hmm. And how about when nothing works? And CBT is cheap. You can do it yourself and it's free. Going to a psychiatrist and a social psychologist is going to cost you money, and most of the time insurance is not going to pay you. The 4 medication that been approved for sleep, and we use a lot of things over the counter, those are not approved. One is benzodiazepine, which is it works, but it is habit forming, and it is better that we don't use that. There's some non-benzo medication like Ambien, Sonata, which helps you to fall back to sleep and stay in sleep for enough time. Those have side effect. Sleepwalking is one of them, and they go up and eat, and they don't even know.
Yeah.
And they can actually get out of the house.
Yeah, that's true.
And then there is the melatonin that we have. We can stimulate that. The name of the medicine is called Rosaram. And that also works because it increases your melatonin in your head. Yeah. One psychiatric medication is called Doxepin. That is approved.
Yeah. That is.
And it can be used, but side effect is also not good because of it causes dizziness, it can dryness of the mouth, it can probably with the urinary retention, and also if you have a glaucoma, probably should not be using it. And in older people, glaucoma is not uncommon.
Yeah.
And there another medicine is called Belsombra, and that works, but it can cause vivid dream. So some people don't like it either.
Yeah.
So options are very limited that you can do. So we do a lot of other psychiatric medication for sleep, which is not approved but works partially.
Yeah.
But I cannot name them because it's not approved.
Yeah. So we'll just label it unapproved medication. Those are Trazodone, Elavil, Neurontin. Those are, if people have used it, please do not use Benadryl. I'm telling again, it's over-the-counter Tylenol PM. Do not use NyQuil to sleep. Do not use alcohol to sleep. Worst thing anybody can do is drink alcohol and go to bed. Okay. So it changes the architecture of sleep and to your big disadvantage. So one of the important thing is in REM sleep is where actually most problem will happen to the body, because the body is literally awake. A lot of hormones are secreted, adrenaline and so forth. It races the heart, and people unfortunately die when there is a transition between REM and non-REM. Happens about 2 o'clock. So those are very important consideration which people don't realize that.
So my wrap up will be make sure pay attention to medications you're using. So any final thoughts on this?
Well, when we sleep, our brain doesn't sleep.
Yeah.
It is very active. It's, you're dreaming, you're trying to repair things, you're setting your memories in the right place. So it is important that we sleep. If somebody has trouble falling asleep, there is 2 medication you can take for those people who have chronic issues. One is Ambien, and there's a Remeron. It can do that, and also Triazolam. That's also does it, but you don't want to use that. And if you have you fall asleep, you can go to bed and sleep. Then you wake up, can't sleep anymore. For those people, Ambien is a good choice. Doxepin is a good choice. Medications have to be considered when you think that it's possible there is some issue with depression. Then you treat them depression, and your sleeping will get better. And as you told many times before, Benadryl is not a good choice.
No, Benadryl is not good.
Not only causes blurring of vision, it can make a glaucoma worse, urinary problem, and so those medicine probably needs to be avoided. But good thing to have a good habit of like a CBD, which is a going to bed on time. Don't drink coffee or caffeine or alcohol before that. Setting a good time. And if you are not sleepy, don't stick in the bed. Get up and come back when you feel sleepy. And you have to wake up on time. You cannot change your waking time every day and expect that your sleep will be better next day.
Yeah, and we use a term which is called social jet lagging, where people go to West Coast on weekend, which means they are up all night or late night parties, and they want Monday perfect. It's not going to happen. Sorry, but you cannot let your clock go wild on weekend. So don't do social jet lagging. It is very, very important. Understand limitations of brain. It will not change by 2-3 hours over 2 days. It's not going to happen. So be realistic and on those. So keep your rhythm. It has to remember there's a clock in the brain as well as clock in every cell, and it's regulated. There is a rhythm to it. If we distort that rhythm, don't expect this will improve overnight. It's not going to happen. So those are very important concepts to bear in mind. Anything else before we...
Another thing that, we try to don't sleep for a few days, then try to sleep a longer time. They call it sleep stacking. And it's not a practical thing to do. It's not a good thing to do because you never catch up the lost sleep.
Okay, well, thank you, and it was a pleasure. Give us feedback, Twitter, email, and so forth. Good night. Thank you.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. You still remember us, cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us, cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. You still remember us, cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us, cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
right DC area.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
मैं साइमा नियाज कंसल्टेंट साइकाट्रिस्ट यूके चों एक बारी फिर लाइफस्टाइल टीवी चैनल ते ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਆ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ
When we first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He was dead just to tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
The story, Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the sleep center diagnostic facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane. And let's welcome leads to waiting area. Nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it is gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure if they enjoy our food.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif, and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियां और आसानियां लेकर आए. अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा. Happy New Year.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
मैं साइमा नियाज कंसल्टेंट ਸਾਈਕਾਟ੍ਰਿਸਟ UK ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਆ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He was dead just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in their hearts was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our show, Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby. Today we have an excellent guest, and her name is Heather. And she is going to talk about a unique thing, which is with today's episode will be covering space. And it is wide open for everyone actually to explore and come up with the new ideas on its territorial range and so forth. So it's going to open up new chapter in the history of mankind, as US has Space Force. And now we're going to discuss that. What are the implications of those in terms of territorial range and bylaws and laws, whatever we can have between different countries. So we have great guest, and I will have her introduce her self. Go ahead, Heather.
Sure. Thank you so much, first of all, Dr. Moby, for having me on the show. It's a great honor. So I'm an academic of law. I started out in constitutional law and human rights law. I completed my doctorate a few years ago, and now I'm a faculty member in a law faculty up in Iceland. And so I didn't originally come to law through space law, but as I kind of looked more and more at the kind of big issues of our time and the kind of emerging themes of this era, I just became more and more fascinated by how we would use law and adapt law and the mechanisms that we also have from law in the 20th century to this new era of space, because we are clearly entering a new era of space exploration. It's a kind of unprecedented period in the last few years since sort of the Cold War era in terms of space exploration from national space agencies and also space exploration, and this is entirely new and really fascinating, space exploration from companies that are not national space institutions. So Elon Musk is getting a lot of attention for his initiatives with space exploration and plans to explore Mars. And so I've been thinking a lot about how we can use the tools that we already have to ensure that this new era of space exploration ensures a space for everyone, right? And ensures that this can be to the benefit of humanity as a whole. Because I really believe that space exploration is for the benefit of humanity as a whole and is an extension of caring about Earth. But we need to make sure that we have the tools and the mechanisms in place in law to ensure that it's for the benefit of everyone, not just a few companies mining or for a few telecommunications organizations. So how to make space equitable is what I'm interested in.
Okay, great. Also, I've seen, the big concern is about, those satellites and things in the orbit, and that is going to constitute space debris for a lot of nations.
Yes, yeah, it's already a huge issue, and the law of that is very interesting, and what duties and responsibilities we'll have in order to deal with this. And also the concept of being a good ancestor, I think, is very important here. That's a concept from sustainability and the environment, that you must treat the place in such a way that future generations can also enjoy it. And if if the Earth becomes kind of surrounded by this thick, dense layer of space junk, what heritage are we leaving for future generations? It will begin to impede space exploration and begin to impede people in all sorts of ways. So that's a very important question.
And do you think they will contribute to those who's going to clean, and whoever does that? Is there any fund they have that, or how they're going to deal with that? I mean, it's like ocean pollution, right?
It's much like ocean pollution. It's very interesting, and there could be potentials for civil litigation in terms of companies, organizations, but also that it is incumbent upon every national space agency for anything that they put there, that they are responsible for it. So there are already kind of tools and mechanisms in place in law for that. But I think there really needs to be more and more cooperation. The problem with space law is very interesting because in a way it expands out from maritime law. law, right? Which is one of the earliest types of law. Like we're trading with each other, we're from different countries. How do we navigate this fairly? And then aviation law kind of built upon that, and space law has kind of moved further. But these in some ways are very old paradigms from old ways of being. And now we're in this very hyper-connected, multilateral world. We need to like rework our ways of cooperating. There is the ISS agreement from 1998, and there's other kind of mechanisms in place to coordinate initiatives between different national space agencies and also between different private companies. But I think that we really need more and more cooperation in space in order to ensure that it's for the benefit of everyone. One of the tragedies of the last great period of space exploration is that it was this wonderful time for scientific advancement in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And it was underpinned by something very sad, which was this antagonistic dynamic between the USSR and the USA. And I'm saying we should take the good of that period of this space exploration, the scientific discoveries, this advancing, but don't underpin it with antagonistic dynamics between nation states, and instead foster a sense of cooperation and, like you say, responsibility. Responsibility is very important.
Okay, so tell us about some of your work. I know you are in Iceland right now. You're in charge of that program there.
Yes, so I'm in Iceland at the moment, and I'm working on a book about space law and intellectual property, actually, because of the technological innovation, which is very interesting. I come from a family of engineers, so I'm very interested in the engineering and intellectual property side of space exploration. But it's also a very exciting time to be in Iceland because different national space organizations have started looking at Iceland as the terrain on Earth that's closest to Mars, because of volcanic activity here, the rocks. Iceland, as you may know, it's a very unique geological landscape. Most people know Iceland as the land of fire and ice, so the volcanic activity and this kind of thing. And there are various parts of the terrain here that make it the place on Earth that's closest to Mars. So people, different national space organizations are looking into using it as a place to practice their Mars rovers or other exploratory equipment. So I've been kind of involved in that, but I'm particularly interested in this idea that space is for all of us. I do a lot of work on climate law. I'm also writing a book on polar law and the environment, and I care a lot about climate, and as a scientist how documented that is and how important it is. And I see space exploration as an extension of caring for the planet. So I don't want space to become this sort of libertarian dream for the 0.1% can go and stay in some luxury hotel colony in space, and the rest of us suffer here on Earth. Space exploration should be for the many. It should be to use the resources, use the tools. So the mining there that would then take pressure off the Earth to stop climate change and global warming, but also have it part of a kind of broader sustainability approach. That's what I think is really important about a new era of space exploration. It should be bound up with sustainability.
Okay, and so tell us also about there's you've mentioned there's a lot of fascination about private exploration, and as Elon Musk is doing, then Amazon, they are also Virgin
is getting very well, yes.
Yeah, Virgin is doing, and there was actually I don't know if you were following, Virgin had the first pilot, the FAA here issued the first space pilot certificate to one, and that was my dream one time, that to ever have space pilot. But
you never know. Could be.
Yeah, could be.
You've done many very innovative things. Maybe that's the next one. I always joke to my father, I'll be the first human rights lawyer in space. Maybe you could be the first. No, the clinic. But no, you're right. It's very interesting. there are a lot of different issues in that. So for instance, as you mentioned, space tourism. I mean, I'm not opposed to space tourism in the same way as I'm not opposed to tourism. It's okay that people want to go and see the wonders of the universe. But I think that it should be ethical and sustainable, right? And we know those debates already. Like there's the difference between sort of sustainable tourism that leaves a place as you found it and a kind of exploitative or damaging initiative. So I think that space tourism, is not fundamentally wrong, but it should be responsible and sustainable. With the other private company, to be honest, I have great respect for these thinkers, as I have great respect for engineers and entrepreneurs, but and without them, we wouldn't have made so many of the advances. But I do have some concerns about the very libertarian ideas of people like Jeff Bezos, who seem to, some of his philosophy seems to be a bit like, oh, now we don't need to worry about the Earth because we'll just go find another one and kind of mess that up like we messed up here. And I don't want that to be the philosophy of space exploration or colonization. I'm also thinking a lot. My first degree was in history, and I did a lot of research on the very tragic and damaging impact that European colonialism had in the rest of the world. And I'm very kind of conscious of that. And when you have companies and nation states competing for one another, as you had with early European colonialism, you had companies like the East India Company, and then you also had nation states vying for one another, and in a very exploitative dynamic, a very brutalizing dynamic. I don't want this new era of space exploration to be exploitative. I want it instead to be something that helps humankind as a whole. I think that's very important.
No, I think your book and your thoughts are really very, very futuristic, and that's gonna really, and it is very responsible too, and we really don't need to, have a difference to imagine even what would take or what would happen, because look at, if you just change instead of space, if you put it as ocean or if you put it as land, or like you said, they ruined Earth, and why you want to go out and ruin Mars and then ruin in between space too. So that is so true that, the thinking, it is same actually, pretty much, right? So if the rules are same, if you're going to mess up ocean, if you're going to mess up Earth, you can mess up pretty much anything, right? I think your thoughts are really futuristic. I really admire you that at least somebody's saying something. Everybody gets carried away with these, oh, look at how cool it is. That's true, it's cool, but what about responsibility?
Right, exactly. And the two can go together as well, right? Space, who didn't want to be an astronaut when they were a child? Of course, it's the wonders of the universe. And, as a scientist, scientists are driven by their fascination for the wonder of the universe. And that's a very beautiful thing. That's very human, to be kind of fascinated by our world. I think about this a lot in Iceland. When in the winter, I see the aurora borealis, I see the northern lights. And every time I see them, I'm astonished, to think the universe makes this. It's wonderful. So it's wonderful that humans want to go out and explore further and develop our knowledge, but just to make sure that we are not doing it in a way that's damaging, but in a way that's instead nourishing the earth, dealing with the problem of climate change. It's not a solution to climate change that we just will mess up the earth and go find somewhere else. We need to tend to the earth and heal the earth, but also explore further in a way that's for the good of everyone and for the good of what's around us as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that is so futuristic, and it's a really future vision. I really admire you for that. So when is your book coming out?
It should be out 2021. It's been delayed a little because of COVID, but that's not, of course, the greatest tragedy of this time. But yes, I'll let you know when it's out. I would love for you to, if you have time to read it. I would be very honored. You do such great work, so I would be really honored.
Come to our channel. We'll be happy to launch it for you. Also, tell us a little bit about in Iceland, what do you see with space exploration? Is it helping some of the pollution? That there was some concern, I think, that they were going to use some of the technology actually to monitor these, damage from, earlier these gases. They were monitoring that, so.
Oh, you mean through satellite monitor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually not sort of an expert on that, but I do think that, yeah, the more technological advances we have in that way are like for the good. Like if we're coming from a place of like, we're doing this because we're concerned about climate change, we're concerned about sustainability, these technological advances are really great because they give us additional tools. But as you say, like there is the problem of having these millions of satellites in the sky with the space junk. In Iceland, because the climate is very unique here, we've had that most people in the world remember Iceland from the volcano that caused all the aviation disruption in 2009. Like there are sort of specific, unique challenges here where they're very interested in using these tools in order to better monitor our Earth as well. So for meteorological reasons as well, and also for developing our understanding. So my sorry to make this personal. My older sister is a paleoclimatologist, and I know that she says that the more these kinds of satellite equipment would provide greater insight into mapping the long waves of climate change over very, very long periods. So that all feeds into our better understanding of Earth as well. Like space exploration also feeds into our better understanding of the Earth and of climate change. So these things are all sort of, working in tandem.
So
the long explanation.
So tell me also about moon exploration. Do you think there was some concern that, like China was doing dark side of the moon more? And so how is the territory about moon, and is it distributed, or is it like anybody's game?
It's interesting. It is there is this sort of Wild West, even though there is the Outer Space Treaty and there are various UN organizations and coordinations involved in it. In terms of what's actually going on, like who would you monitor it? What court would you bring it to? Would you litigate a nation state claiming it? And we know like how nation states can act in and I'm not meaning to single out China here, although as you've said, there are these conversations. But if you think about, for instance, like the scramble for Africa, right, in the late 19th century, that the nation states just kind of making, or what I'm studying in the Arctic at the moment as well, so on Earth, but this kind of seedy attempts by different countries to kind of stake a claim or take land from somebody else so they can use the resources. There are those concerns, and this is why I think we should have much more robust laws and robust regulation of space, because otherwise, you're right, it will just become might is right and become a kind of Wild West, which is not what we want, because it should be a very positive, progressive thing that helps everybody, right? Not just turned into some like geopolitical power game.
So like, tell us a little bit about the space treaty. They have it. Is it like more, we have the space station, so like different nations can use each other resources and just kind of stay put, or is it like, so what is, I am not well versed with it. So tell me.
Yeah, no problem. So there's the 1998 treaty that coordinates how the ISS is used. But actually prior to that, there is the Outer Space Treaty, the so-called Outer Space Treaty, which is, we call it like the Constitution for Space. Actually, one of the arguments I make in my book, we need like a real kind of constitution for space, or perhaps more akin to like the UN Charter. And this governs various things to do with like how you report back findings. So if you've discovered something, you can't keep it to yourself. Right. Although the way that nation states operate is often they want to kind of peacock, like we found this. So they tend to broadcast it a lot, but you have to declare findings of anything that's been discovered. So if somebody discovered like water, on a planet, you couldn't kind of keep that to yourself. You have to kind of disclose that so that that's for the good of everybody. But in some ways, it's still very unclear in a lot of the Outer Space Treaty, like when you get down to the real kind of minutiae of things like how would resources be distributed or who can kind of claim what. And so one of the arguments I'm making is like the law itself is not strong enough. Like we do, not because I'm trying to police everyone. I think space exploration is wonderful, but we need to come up with like the rules of the game now, because it's really the crunch time of the next few years of this new era of space exploration in order to ensure that the new era of space exploration is equitable.
So where I see now with US, we have a Space Force, and so I think the next I was reading is the next probably game gonna be more about weapons and so forth. They're gonna all the nations gonna have these suborbital weapons of and then they or even higher space weapons. So they're gonna use that for kind of war games.
Yeah, military power plays.
Military power game. So do you see that? Is there any things to limit, because it's can probably damage all of us?
Yeah, I mean, I hope that there will be initiatives to kind of limit that as soon as possible, because I think the worst thing we could do with space is take the worst parts of our nature and just map it, extrapolate it larger, so then we'll just fight wars up there. And I also there are some people who try to argue that from a humanitarian perspective, like, okay, well, it will become like sort of gladiate, we'll fight the wars up there and then it won't harm people on Earth. But I think that this kind of shift of like just extrapolating out this sort of militarized way of engaging with one another into the realm of outer space is very sad and problematic, and would also be very damaging to scientific research. So whatever your political perspective is, and I'm not being against one nation here or pro another nation, but whatever your policy, if you are like, people who value science and the exploration of the truth, I think that it would also hamper and hinder those kind of very good-hearted explorations to kind of discover space, because it will then get turned into this kind of arena for I mean, I've seen this already in my work on the Arctic. This is not space, but there's a similar kind of dynamic when you have, scientific initiatives and scientific endeavors to do work in the Arctic space or in the polar regions, being hampered by sort of militaristic power plays between different nation states. And it's a great kind of tragedy for all humankind, because then we're losing that kind of knowledge and that discovery.
Mm-hmm. So tell us, since I assume you've been to a lot of these places, tell us what are the effects you have seen firsthand from pollution, and are these glaciers melting away, and is it really damaging?
Yeah, that's actually one of the kind of most poignant and touching experiences I've had since I've been in Iceland was when there was the funeral for the glacier, which may sound kind of trite, but it was actually very sad. I didn't grow up here, but now lots of my very close friends are Icelandic, and it was this idea that this glacier had been here for, like, it's mentioned in the sagas, from the ancient period. It's been beyond human history, and then we're the ones witnessing its death. And you do notice that, and especially when you talk to older people here, and especially with Iceland, they have the very rich literary tradition of the sagas. So you have descriptions of what things looked like 500, 1,000 years ago. You do definitely really feel the impact of climate change very directly. And with the research I'm doing in the polar region, I mean, Iceland isn't polar, but it's, past Akureyri, which is the northern city to here, so much further into the polar region. And the total reconfiguration of the natural world is just so evident. And that's really worrying. And what's really worrying then is when actors with bad intentions then take advantage of that, right? It opens up new routes for the ships to go through to then do further drilling. And so the climate change creates new kind of opportunities for people who just want to exploit the environment. And it's very, very sad to watch that happen. I've been documenting that quite a lot in my book on polar law.
Oh, okay. And I think that's really important to recognize the effects we have so far and who's gonna. Now tell us which is the agency is it UNO or anything else who is monitoring some of these effects or regulations, or where you as a person, a responsible citizen of Earth can say, no, this is, we have some form or some kind of organization to monitor. Who is the organization who's taking lead here?
Monitoring climate change?
No, the space.
Okay, right. Okay, I understand. Yeah, sorry. So it's mainly the treaty that's bound to the Outer Space Treaty, the committee that think to that. There are some nations that have become very pivotal in the whole arena as a whole. They kind of position themselves kind of gatekeepers. So, for instance, Luxembourg actually is very, very strongly involved in kind of coordination between. Of it in the same way as Geneva is the gatekeeper of the Geneva Conventions under international humanitarian law. Luxembourg has a very specific role in kind of being like the keeper of a lot of space issues and ethics to do with space issues. So they're kind of an important organization. Also, not every nation has a space agency, which is one of the kind of imbalances as well. And so large countries that do then dominate the whole conversation, which is it's not really fair. If you come from a country that doesn't have a space agency because it's not as it doesn't have the money put aside for its own national space program, you as a citizen should be allowed to still participate and share in the conversations about what space should be, because it should be for all people on Earth. It shouldn't be solely for people who come from countries that have national space agencies.
Okay, that makes sense. So thank you for that great discussion. I'm sure.
I hope I made sense.
Yes, let's summarize. Any final nuggets or thoughts you would like to give it to our audience?
That's very kind of you. I worry I've probably spoken too much, so I'll keep it simple. I think space exploration is a wonderful and beautiful and exciting thing, but it should be for everyone, and it should be fair, and it should be just. That's my perspective.
So yes, and so true, that space for all,
exactly
for all generations and to come, and responsibility actually doesn't end if you just find another space to ruin, right? So you're absolutely right. Responsibility remains the same. Pollution rules, everything remains same. So with those thoughts in mind, we really thank you for a great discussion. Come back again when your book is ready.
I would really love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. Take care.
Bye.
Fun, This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that, beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it's gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our food.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the Sleep Center Diagnostic Facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane, and let's welcome leads to waiting area.
ਚਾਰਲਸ ਕੰਸਲਟੈਂਟ ਸਾਈਕਾਇਟਰਿਸਟ ਯੂਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ। 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ। ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ, ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ। ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ, ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ। ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁਰ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ, ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ। ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ। ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ। ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ, ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ, ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ, ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ, ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ, ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ। ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ, ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ, ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ।
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियाँ और आसानियाँ लेकर आए। अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा। Happy New Year.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile. Little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love, real love. Every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love, real love. Every time we touch, we still remember us together love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us together love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love, real love. Every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV. Happy New Year from Dr. Moby, Lifestyle TV. Join outside. They are making a nice harbor. As you can see, it's a great day at Nice Harbor. Beautiful eye. To our right is DC area. To the right is casino. You can see nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that, beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it is gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our program.
Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the sleep center diagnostic facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane, and let's welcome leads to waiting area.
ਕੰਸਲਟੈਂਟ ਸਾਈਕਾਟ੍ਰਿਸਟ ਯੂਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ। 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ। ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ, ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ। ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ, ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ, ਕੀ ਟੁਰ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੋਚ।
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif, and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियाँ और आसानियाँ लेकर आए। अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा। Happy New Year.
nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that, beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it's gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our food. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
मैं साइमा नियाज कंसल्टेंट ਸਾਈਕਾਟ੍ਰਿਸਟ ਯੂਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ
far right DC area.
Story Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the sleep center diagnostic facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane, and less welcome leads to waiting area. So.
Hello, Assalamu Alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif, and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियां और आसानियां लेकर आए. अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा. Happy New Year.
Nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that, beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. And I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it's gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our food. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember Cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. You still remember cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
मैं साइमा नियाज़ कंसल्टेंट ਸਾਈਕਾਟ੍ਰਿਸਟ ਯੂਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ
story, Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as
in the sleep center diagnostic facility, accredited organization. We have a great, excellent, very dedicated snoring, sleepiness, fatigue, and you have any. We are here with top of Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane. And let's welcome you leads to waiting area.
Hello, Assalamu Alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif, and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियां और आसानियां लेकर आए. अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा. Happy New Year.
Nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that, beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it is gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our show.
with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He was there just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love.
ਮੈਂ ਨਿਆਜ਼ ਕੰਸਲਟੈਂਟ ਸਾਈਕਾਇਟਰਿਸਟ ਯੂਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ। 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ। ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ, ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ। ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ, ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ। ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁਰ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ, ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ। ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ। ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ। ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ, ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ, ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ, ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ, ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਧਮਾਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਹਾਲ, ਰੱਬ ਤੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਨਮੋਸ਼ੀ ਆਵੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਚੋਂ ਬੋਝ ਹੀ ਆਵੇ। ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ, ਸਿਕੰਦਰ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਹੱਥ ਖਾਲੀ, ਨਾਰਸੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਲ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ।
Story Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both.
Welcome to Laurel Sleep Center, located 833 Cherry Lane. And let's welcome leads to waiting area.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Saima Kashif, and I want to wish you all a very, very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021 on behalf of myself and Lifestyle TV. Last year has been really hard, really tough on all of us. तो खुदा से दुआ है कि अगला आने वाला साल सबके लिए खुशियां और आसानियां लेकर आए. अपना और अपने प्यारों का ख्याल रखिएगा. Happy New Year.
Nice highest point in Shenandoah Valley, and as you can view that beautiful rocks and beautiful day actually, and close to sunset. This is about 4,000 feet, and I would like everybody to kind of take a breath and just enjoy life with Lifestyle TV. Thank you for watching our shows. Now I'm at the highest point in Shenandoah, and I just want everybody to enjoy the view here. And as you can see, it is gorgeous. We're at 4,000 feet, and like we always try to do, for us is the highest point is to help everybody to make sure they enjoy our show. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He was there just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you.
ਚਾਰਲਸ ਕੰਸਲਟੈਂਟ ਸਾਈਕਾਇਟਰਿਸਟ ਯੂਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਫਸਟਾਈਲ ਟੀਵੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਹਾਂ। 2020 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਆਖਰੀ ਚੰਦ ਦਿਨ ਰਹਿ ਗਏ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਸਾਲ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਨਵੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਨਜ਼ਮ ਕਿਤੇ ਪੜ੍ਹੀ ਸੀ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਾਲੂਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ। ਤਵੱਜੋ ਕਰੋ। ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਟੁਰਿਆ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚਪੀਤਾ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾਲੇ ਵੇਖਾਂ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ, ਨਾਲੇ ਸੋਚਾਂ ਲੰਘਿਆ ਸਾਲ। ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ, ਹਿਸਾਬ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੁੰਗਲ ਸਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਣ ਵੜੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰੇ। ਕੀ ਲੱਭਿਆ ਕੀ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ, ਸੋਚਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਾਲ। ਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੀੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਅੰਦਰੀ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਵੇ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ, ਰੱਬ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲੇ ਵਾਜਾਂ ਮਾਰਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ, ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਇੰਜ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ। ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਇੰਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬਾਬਾ ਲੰਘਿਆ, ਇੰਜ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਲੰਘਿਆ। ਫੱਟੇ ਕੱਪੜੇ, ਟੁੱਟੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ, ਮਾੜੀ ਹਾਲਤ, ਖਿਲਰੇ ਵਾਲ।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV, and today we are honored to have great guest Eric Patrick Thomas, who is really a great motivator for all of us. Let's welcome Eric. How are you, sir?
Good morning. Thank you for having me, Dr. Moby. Doing well. Yourself?
Good, good, good. So tell us about some of journey you have so far has happened for you.
Oh, my journey. Well, about 23 years ago, I was having an album release party for my group called Miscellaneous. We did hip hop music, and I went outside to check the parking lot. And I was outside maybe for 5 minutes, and I was going back into the house, and someone came around the DJ van and pulled a gun out and opened fired. Instantly, I got hit with a bullet in my neck and the third and fourth vertebrae, which caused me to be paralyzed from the neck down. So I dropped to the ground. I wasn't able to breathe on my own, wasn't able to speak, wasn't able to cry out, yell for help or anything. So now I'm there laying paralyzed from the neck down. And from there, you go into the hospital. They drill 4 screws in my head because they have to stabilize my spine, and it's called a halo. And then they put tubes in my throat. They intubated me and gave me a feeding tube. Then I woke up in the morning, and I was in and out of consciousness the whole time. But that's where your parents and step parents and doctors and families say, what happened again? And then you try to move, and you're like, why am I not moving any of my body? My mind is telling my body to move, but my body's not moving. So that was kind of like the start from, the change of, in my life, or the big change in my world.
Yeah, I'm sure that you'd never thought in your life that would be, how it will happen, or that's good. So it was just a stray bullet, or was how did that was nobody knows what happened, or what?
Nobody really knows. There was no real police investigation. There is an incident report which I just received like in July, but there wasn't like a full-fledged investigation where a bunch of people were questioned, or there was a detective that was assigned to the case. And he didn't even show up till like 4 days later to the hospital, but we just never had any cooperation of what was going on and stuff. So it was just kind of, when I was in rehab, a guy came into the room. He like goes to different rooms and prays over people and stuff. He asked me if I forgive who or whom who did this to me. And I said yes. I wasn't able to speak audio yet, but I was able to move my mouth. Because at that time I was on a ventilator. So they took the tubes out of my mouth and put it in my throat, which is a tracheotomy. So forgiveness was given, and I was able to cut as I said many times, cut the cord to the anchor and allow my ship to sail and focus on me. And that person and that incidents never been able to affect me any differently. I've been able to empower and been able to move on from that very moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, that speaks volume about your inner strength and a nicer heart you have, the golden heart, that you could not only forgive, but you could also move on. And that's like two really important aspects. Not a lot of people can fathom how difficult that could be, but you have not only accomplished it, but you're a proof that that you can forgive and move on. And words cannot even express what it means. Yeah. So kudos to you. You're a great inspiration for a lot of us who might find some even smaller problems, and they might dwell into that, and they find it so difficult to deal with those. They think that's the end of their life, but you actually had a very difficult situation, and not only you dealt very wisely, but you are living proof, and you are inspiring a lot of people, all of us.
Thank you.
So tell us also about how's your family doing?
They're doing good. I mean, it's something that you have to adapt to. My parents got divorced when I was just about 2, but both of them have been remarried. So I have stepfather and a stepmother. Getting them together though, that when this incident happened, when I was 20 years old. So of course, I would say divorced parents have their differences, and bringing everyone together on the same page and getting along, it's a process. Were they best friends right away? No. But now, throughout so many years of being around each other, birthday parties or, just get-togethers, you would never be able to tell that they were, once married to each other. Like you would not know. That's how well they get along now. And it's just you just have to keep working at it. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. So yes, both my parents and both my dads, both my moms, they all get along. They communicate, and it's but it took years. It took years for us to all develop these skills and being able to come together. So yeah, they're doing well. My mom, both my mom and my dad, they are both sort of my mom works sometimes, but my dad retired, and then he got another job. And then my stepdad, he's a teacher, and he did retire from teaching. And then my stepmom, she does caregiving. So, and I see my mom. She was just here last night. I think I've seen her like 3 times in the last 11 weeks, 10 weeks. But that's just because of like a lot of it. With COVID, we've been kind of trying to stay away from each other. Like everybody's been because I got like 4 or 5 different people in and out of my house to provide care for me too. So it's challenging, with what's going on now, procedures and safety and cautions and stuff. So, but we seem to all be doing good.
Now you're doing well. I mean, you can. You were saying at one time you were not able to talk, and now you can. And you were paralyzed, waist, all the 4 extremities, right?
Yeah, neck down. Yep.
Neck down. And then you have, but your speech, how's your feeding? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. When they took the tubes out of my throat, and of course they gave me a trach at that time, but the feeding tube came out and I was able to eat food then. When I went to rehab at Craig Hospital in Inglewood, Colorado, that's where they started to wean me off the ventilator. So I was there for October 29th of 97 to March 20th of 98. And basically they just turned the ventilator off 3 times a day. and they do it in like 30-second increments and stuff. So then they come and they do it 5 days a week. And so that's what they did. And they hooked up a pulsometer on my finger so I could see my O2 levels. So that way it was kind of like biofeedback. Like I didn't know if I was breathing or not breathing. So I had to relearn how to, breathe, just breathe air. That like you don't even realize how hard it is to breathe until it's taken away. So you have the barrier of not being able to breathe. And so that before I went home, I got off the ventilator and then I came home to my mom and stepdad's house and started new life. I hooked up with Disability Network, and from there, they basically made my life as a business, a CEO, and I started hiring caregivers and started doing schedules and timesheets and hiring process and ads and directing my care.
Wow.
Yeah.
Excellent. So you were doing how many people you were managing?
Right now I'm doing 4 or 5.
Oh, wow.
I think 4 or 5. Sometimes at one time I've had 8.
Okay, good. So would you provide similar services to other people, or how do you?
No, with the caregiving, it's just for me, like finding the caregivers and training them for me. But like mentoring, so I provide mentoring services. If somebody's like trying to figure out like how to hire a caregiver or keep caregivers. I mean, I've had caregivers that's been here for 22 years. So, 22 years. So it's like, what are the tools that you use? What did you do to keep them? How did you communicate? Like, how did you run your household? The other thing is like person-centered planning and self-determination. So every year we have a person-centered plan where I invite people to I call it a life celebration party. And it could be friends and family, whoever you want to, and then you go over all your goals and dreams and like your work, like your health issue, like whatever you want to talk about. So whether it's like housing, transportation, food, vacation, visiting people, health scares, you're giving this information to this audience, and then there are people there that can help you achieve some of these goals. They're like accountable now, and you can say, okay, you said you were going to help me with the vacation, so let's work on the vacation together, or whatever it might be. So those are some of the services, but I can help teach that too, like teach other people like how to do the self-determination and do the person-centered planning and be able to hire caregiving or mentoring. I've taught mentors how to be mentors and mentees. So, and fundraising, there's a lot of different services. I've had to fundraise for 3 vans. So I know I've taught people how to fundraise. I don't do it for them. I mentor them so that I help them help themselves.
Wow. That's a great story. And not only that, you are beacon of light for so many people. You're really motivating, and not only that, you're training a lot of people to do self-care and help each other pretty much, or themselves pretty much. So tell us also about some of the hurdles people will face with these kind of problems, which you find inspiring them.
When you get injured and you're going through rehab, my rehab, I had people that had head injuries and spinal cord injuries. And when I got out of rehab, I was, through the service of Community Mental Health and Disability Network. So you start to go and get involved. And you start being around other people with other disabilities, and you learn there's a lot of disabilities out there. And so you start learning about them. Like, you don't make assumptions. You ask questions, or you learn. You learn about someone that's blind or hard of seeing, or that's deaf or hard of hearing, or has autism, or little person. You just kind of learn like different, you talk to them and find out different words that hurt, that they don't like, like what's politically correct, what's not, you just kind of it's a learning thing. Sometimes you do things wrong and then you just learn and you do better. I've learned a lot and been able to develop like different accessible, procedures, like going to places and talking about accessibility, not just for like wheelchair, but for other people that I've talked to that I know like what their concerns are when it comes to accessibility. Like kind of be their voice, but not speak for them. But if I have the opportunity to talk about accessibility, I always say, well, have you ever thought about, like, if it was a restaurant, have you thought about Braille menus? Well, you should get a hold of the Michigan School for the Blind and maybe talk to someone if you want to open your doors up more to, meeting the needs of the community that's blind, things like that. So I'm always like going and doing that, whether I'm traveling on a plane, going to a business, going to a household even, just talking about how to make it better for the people that are out there. Because there's community and voting too. Like, how can we make sure that everybody gets that gets the right to vote, to exercise that right, that they don't have the barriers, and that it's private and independent. It took 21 years for me to vote private and independent, but that was through fighting and advocating, constant advocating and fighting for my privacy and my independence to vote, for them to get the equipment for me to vote private and independently. So 21 years.
Yeah, 21 years. Wow. And also tell us what is the some of the difficulties which people face. You've mentioned some, there could be differences. There are different types of disabilities, and that you learn that you are not alone in this world. There are a lot of people who could be even worse shaped than you, of course, some could be better. But tell us some of those learning which you have seen beside the one you mentioned.
And I think what you said was, you said it well. A lot of people think that it might be just them. And then when you get around other people, then you start talking and you start going, wait a minute, I've experienced that too, or I've experienced that. Then you get around, a group of people, and then they start realizing that they're not alone. It's a common thing that all of us have experienced. I can say with the last 23 years of meeting people with disabilities, we all have an agreement of accessibility, that the access, equal access to everything. When that can be transportation, that can, that's like planes, trains, and automobiles, it could be education, it could be finding work, being able to own a business, getting grants to help, with the business, finding more writers and producers and directors that are working on telling the disability story, but then oftentimes you see it's not a person with a disability that's telling the story, which that paints the wrong picture of what it really is like to live life with a disability. Because disability doesn't go away; it's something you live with. You don't like overcome it or overachieve it. You just live with it, and you just keep pushing forward with your life. A lot of times they always act like disability. Sometimes like you are doing so much, so you just turned it off like a light switch. But no, it's a party. Like that is a party. It doesn't go away. At the end of the day, you don't just like say cut and then get out of your wheelchair and walk away. So I mean, those are definitely common things that you start to find out, that we all want representation. I guess that would be the biggest one, is proper representation. You have to feel invisible to be a part of the community, not to just be diverse or included, but belong. Like belong in this country, you belong in this world, so that if we weren't there, that you would miss us. You would say, where are you? Where did you go? The belonging of something is completely different, because that's when you're not there, then where are you? Not to be invisible, even when there's people running for, the president right now. There's got to be speech on stage when they're doing debates or whatever, to say, look, this is what we're going to do with, well, this is our plan for people with disabilities. This is our doctrine, or, you know, the same thing is when anything from local to state, when they're doing the governor's talk, you know, or the mayor's talk. Like, what are the plans? There are people with disabilities. There's what, 31, what I decided, was it 31 million or 35 million registered voters with disabilities? It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I think the article said it makes up 16.7% of the electoral vote.
Wow.
There's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot, and they can, you know, really swing the votes. Sometimes some of these races come down to even 1,000 votes. You know, so those 16%, whatever, is a big number. And some of the unique problems, you know, I would say some of the unique issues. So I'm glad that you're very vocal about that, and not only that, you are making sure people vote, and then not only vote, but also speak about their issues. And a lot of people in your issues will not speak, or they are kind of upset on themselves, and then they think that this is the worst thing ever happened, and then that's the end of, you know, that conversation. But you are really doing a great service to all of those that you're speaking for them, and you are highlighting their issues. And not only that, you're training them, right? You're training the staff, you know, to how to take care of them, right?
Right. And, you know, and the other barrier would be, with me, I have the spinal cord injury. So someone that is not as mobile, they can get skin issues, skin breakdown. You know, even a wrinkle in your clothes can cause breakdown in your skin. And if that happens, that can cause a pressure wound. And then you can end up on bed rest for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
As for what I'm going through right now, mine was not a pressure wound. Mine was a bone infection. So back in March 1st, 2018, a hole opened up in my body, in my coccyx area. But because I have a spinal cord injury, it was treated as it was a pressure wound. So I was going to the wound care center every 2 weeks, and they were trying to do, you know, debride the wound and trying to close it up with silver and packing it. Well, here it is as a bone infection. It's really an exit wound. Now, because of those complications of being on bed rest, I ended up once again in the hospital, reliving this nightmare again, where I was intubated. Both my lungs collapsed. I had an O2 level of 40. And I was intubated for 15 days with the feeding tube also. But I did get off it and was able to come home July 6th. No oxygen and not intubated. But I had to recover from that. I'm still recovering. After 640 days, I'm pretty sure that's what it was, I was finally fully recovered. And that was after getting a second opinion with a different doctor. Dr. Rubin, which I went to see him the next day, and he said, that's not a pressure wound, that's a bone infection. And then he put me on antibiotics for 17 weeks. First it was 8 weeks, but then I healed up and relapsed, and then I had to go back on antibiotics again. So full 17 weeks of antibiotics and 640 days of bed rest, I finally was healed. And we thought everything was great. Well, at that time, I wasn't able to do much. I did 2 fundraisers because I was raising money for a new van. And then I went to like a couple of family functions and then all medical stuff. Well, then I got the van in December 20th, 2019, and then 2020 hit. And I thought I would be up and around. And of course, COVID, but I was in my chair for 9 months. And then for some reason, July 28th, which will be tomorrow, a hole opened up in my body and I relapsed for the 3rd time. So I've been on bed rest for 12 weeks tomorrow with this bone infection, this chronic bone infection, as they call it, that I've been dealing with. So it's completely really halted a lot of things. I haven't been able to go to my shop where my business is. I haven't been able to go public speak outside, in person, but actually right now everything's virtual basically. So it's kind of like what I've been going through the last 670 days is what other people are now going through with this virtual stuff. I haven't been able to do it, do much. I haven't been able to go to the recording studio. Like all the things that I normally do, I haven't been able to do. But of course, I guess everybody else hasn't either. But I mean, without pre-COVID,
yeah,
that's what I was dealing with, since 2017. I was dealing with this already, with everybody. When the world went on pause, I've been on pause since 2017 or 2018. I'm sorry, 2018, March 1st, 2018. My life was virtual. To be able to see me would be through Zoom or Facebook Messenger or StreamYard, or you just stop by, or but I wouldn't say that it didn't seem like a lot of people stopped by. I tried to get them to stop by, but I don't know. But I've been battling this, and now tomorrow's 12 weeks again. One of my actionable steps that I started 12 weeks ago. I said, I'm not drinking anything else but water. So no coffee, no tea, no nothing, just straight water. Like something is triggering this infection to happen again. So I've been drinking nothing but water for my fluid intake. And about 100 ounces a day is what I'm trying to average out. I weigh probably about 200 pounds. So trying to drink at least half my body weight. And then just raw fruits and vegetables and proteins and maybe like 10% I get, food that that's not that healthy, but mostly about, say 95% healthy is what I've been doing for 12 weeks. And I am healing, and I have not taken any antibiotics. And that was the route that I wanted to go to, because I could not just keep going back to the antibiotics, because that's going to cause problems in the long run, with resistance with the body.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's where I'm at now. So those are another complication of having a spinal cord injury. Now, what caused it? I don't know. But people get pressure wounds, they get breakdown. Oh, they get UTIs too, because we have catheters and we're not draining our bladder properly, so you can get UTIs. All these things can lead to not being able to just get up out of bed and be able to go do what you want to do, everyday life. So.
Well, it's, I can say, what you are basically inspiring a lot of folks around the world, and congratulations on that. And you are, like I said, the beacon of hope and also education, and you're motivating so many to turn to vote, not only vote, raise their issues to everyone so they understand what it means, the healthcare with disabilities. And there's more than one disability. So spinal cord have unique, but there are deaf, there are blind, there are people with spinal cord diseases, there are people with other diseases or amputations, and so forth. The list is long. And but one thing for sure, if we listen to each other and we help each other, we can really make a difference. That's, I think, best we can have.
Communication is the key.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like somebody said in one of these podcasts, a podcast I did, if you could have a superpower, what would it be? I said it would be the superpower of communication, to be able to communicate, to where people were about to conflict with each other, and then you were able to communicate and diffuse it, because it is. And the communication doesn't have to be just, communication is understanding each other on whatever you say. You could say a color. One person could say blue, the other person could say black, and they could go, okay, I know what you're talking about. I mean, that's really what communication is,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is communicate each other's thought and try to communicate the understanding. Might not agree, and that's fine. That's normal, right? Everybody could have their perspective. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you and learning a lot about some of the issues you face. So, any final thoughts you have for my audience?
If they want to know more about me, you can Google Eric Patrick. there's something that I said in here and you want to know more, just reach out to me. Direct message me, say you saw me on the show, and just let me know what you need help with.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay, so once again, your website, if you tell us the website one more time.
Inspire
shirt.
InspireShirt.com.
InspireShirt.com. Okay, give us, everybody watching us, give us feedback and give us your comments, and it means a lot to all of us. And thank you for watching our show, sir. Thank you for coming, and we pray for your healthy recovery, and so you keep on motivating us and keep coming to our show. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Take
care.
Take.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. Our love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
To Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Jean M. Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. And today we are honored by a great guest, Nicole Paquin. Let's welcome Nicole. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Good. So Nicole is from San Diego and I'm from Washington, D.C. And we're going to ask about her book. She's a great author. And this is unique, and let's learn from her. Tell me about your journey about writing book, Nicole.
This particular book is first in the series of Sophia Madison series. I write for women. It's women's fiction, and it's chick lit, which is a genre which we don't see a whole lot of these days, and it happens to be my favorite. So I came across a story about, I would say 7 or 8 years ago, and I knew I'd always been a writer, and I just knew this was the one that was going to launch my novel, my first novel. So I decided to go to school and gain an education in writing before I put something out there that wasn't effective. So I attended San Diego Writers Incorporated here in San Diego, and I'm still a student there to this day. I participate in a reading critique group led by best-selling author T. Greenwood, and I've been in that for 5 years, which has been instrumental in the development of my writing and my creativity. So I'm I'm passionate about what I do. I like to inspire and empower women, and also make them laugh and entertain them, and hope that they can relate to what I'm talking about. And there were, many shows years ago that I just loved dearly that I'd like to see more of. So I created a character in the spirit of Sex and the City and Bridget Jones' Diary that women can enjoy and relate to and have a lot of fun.
Well, that sounds very, very interesting. So tell me also a little bit about, that is very unique that, you were inspired to actually go to school and learn from the best, how to perfect yourself. That is amazing, that shows your passion, that you really love writing. So tell me about, is it, you said based on a story or actual event?
Yeah, it's based on actual events. I pull quite a bit from my own personal experiences. I've led a pretty interesting. I've been very fortunate. I've been able to follow my passions, and I've had a bit of an adventurous streak, and I'm spontaneous, and so it leads me in all different types of directions. Occasionally, it gets me into trouble. But live and learn, and that's what this book is all about. It's the title of the book is called Sophia Madison and the Voice Within, gearing towards her. The voice within is geared towards her intuitive nature, which I think we all have. And in this particular instance in her life, she is an adventurous person, but she was very serious in this time in her life, school and dealing with grief and everything that we all have to, she's a competitive athlete, so she had to buckle down and concentrate, and she just really wasn't having a lot of fun. She was just stressed and burned out, and her best friend she was invited to be in a wedding in Las Vegas. And she thought that was the perfect opportunity to get away and let her hair down. And just for the weekend, forget about that voice that, hinders you from doing so. So it gets her into a little bit of trouble, but she does have the time of her life. And it leads her down a path of twists and turns and passion and romance and love, devastation, intrigue, revenge, redemption. This whole book has a little bit of everything for everybody in it.
Oh, that is such a fascinating thing. So what you're saying is basically she had these boundaries to her character, and but she let it go just for that time, and she discovered new avenues, pretty much kind of rediscovered or discovered herself pretty much.
Well,
right?
she learned more about herself, absolutely, but she did allow in a certain character into her life, and he turned it upside down.
Okay, well, and that I want to also ask you, because that's always fascinating, that was that character always with her always, and she never realized that?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
No problem. I'd say, was that character always near her and she never paid attention?
No, it was a handsome Englishman she encountered at a roulette table in Las Vegas.
Oh, so it was an encounter, but with those encounters, always, people can think that they might find something great, or they might find some really, bad experience. That's always a risky, right?
Right. Well, sometimes what happens in Vegas follows you home. So it's a nail biter. I would say that.
That's it. Okay, so we'll we want everybody to read the book. We don't want to kind of give the summary here, but
there's a lot more to it than that. Trust me, I won't give it away.
Yeah. No, but I tell everybody. So it's available on Amazon, right?
Currently, I'll be going wide soon.
Okay.
As soon as my other book is ready for pre-release. So this is part of a series. So I'm also releasing a prequel to the book. Basically, the development of this woman coming of age and some characters she encounters within her life, and she's learning about being a woman and learning about men and all of that, everything that goes with that. And she stumbles, she's victorious as well. So it's another one of those, she's an imperfect person, but she's somebody everybody can relate to, and she's so honest and in her experiences and in her thoughts, and she's true of her nature, and so she's a beloved character, and she's very well received.
Mm-hmm. So, and I want to also ask that, is it because she went to Vegas not to find love, but she went to Vegas because she was just want to relax or something, right?
She just wanted to have a little fun.
Oh, okay, fun. Okay, so but you went there, so because some people go to Vegas to get married,
Right. Well, she went to Vegas to be in a wedding.
Oh, in a wedding.
Yeah, she was in a wedding. Her best friend was getting married, and they were having a Vegas wedding. We do that a lot here in California. Since it's only 4 hours away, it's a lot of fun for people to have a destination wedding in Vegas. Not necessarily getting married by Elvis, which I've been to one of those, and those are fun too. But people do have nice traditional weddings in Las Vegas with a chapel and a priest and the dress and the bridesmaid gowns, and that's what this was. And so she decided to do the wedding and be there. She's the maid of honor, so she's there for her friend. But as soon as all of that is over, she decided to extend out a little bit and stay. She wanted to gamble and have cocktails and see a show and what else followed. She was kind of up for anything.
Okay, and also a lot of people, I know it's true, or so there are in Vegas a drive-through wedding. Is that true?
Yeah, I have a friend that did that.
Okay. So it kind of, I know a lot of celebs do that because I hear there are legally it is easy to get married and leave in Vegas. Is that true? I don't know. I never looked at those.
It's very easy to get married in Vegas, but a divorce is divorce.
Okay, divorce.
Okay.
So because I don't know where I read that some of the celebrities fly to or come to Vegas to do that, also gamble and have fun, but they know that the rules are easier to do both. So
it is, and it's so much fun, and you can have anonymity in Las Vegas because there's so many people there, and there's so much to see. So people aren't necessarily focusing on looking around to see who's there; they're looking around at everything else. And when these two characters meet, he's a multimillionaire, and he sweeps this woman away, and it's a series of lavish getaways, and he's from the UK. He doesn't know much about California or all these different places. So she's like, well, I've never been to Hollywood, let's go to Hollywood. I've never been to would you like to go to Mexico? Do you want to go ziplining in Catalina on this island off the coast of California? So they have these adventures together, and these two just spend a better part of the year making and falling in love. But during these adventures, they visit Hollywood, and they visit this. I don't know if you've ever heard of the restaurants run by Lisa Vanderpump.
I've heard it, but never. I've been created, but not.
She's the main character is a bit of a she enjoys her guilty pleasure television. So she sees all these places on TV through these television shows, and she's like, oh, that looks like fun. I'd love to go do that. So they go to these beautiful restaurants, and they're waited on by celebrities. They bump into celebrities. They have all of these experiences that bond them even closer together. So people from California or people watching all over the United States who have seen these types of shows and relate to this type. I write to a specific audience. So a lot of my audience members would be Bravo centric people who like that network, who enjoy those type of shows, who also enjoy Sex and the City or Bridget Jones. They all kind of tie in together. But there's always a lesson to be learned here, and some value taken away from the story. It's not just a vapid character. She's got several levels, and I think every woman can relate, but they do have a lot of fun and experience a lot of adventures and do a lot of fine dining. And so the book is very tactile. So you get all of the information from all of these places. So if you're a foodie, if you're into art, if you're into music, if you're into travel, if you're into, there's all these different things that I give you. And they're so very detailed that you feel like you're there with the character. And
that sounds that's fascinating. So tell me, maybe talk a little bit about a few of these, characters which inspired you actually. Bridget Jones, and you said Sex and the City. So
right.
Let me ask you your favorite characters in Sex and the City. Who was?
I don't have one. I liked them all. I think we all have a little bit of each one of us in them, or of them in us. I think we all have a little Carrie. I think we all have a little Miranda. I think we all have a little Charlotte. And I think there's a little Samantha in all of us girls, even though we don't like to admit it. And I think all of those aspects come out in this main character. But also the Bridget Jones character is, she's a bit clumsy and she second guesses herself. And I think a lot of us do that as well. So I think it's just human nature. And I think the writers of those shows and those movies did a very, very good job bringing forward, how women tick. And, I was telling CJ on the podcast the other night, it's a lot of fun to go out and do these things, right? But it's so much more fun to talk to your girlfriends about it and hold nothing back. And that's how we are as women. We like to tell each other things that, oh my gosh, men would be mortified to know what we talk about, but I'm sure we'd be mortified to know what men talk about too. The American culture, it's just the way it is. That's how us girls are. And so if a woman is looking to, feel like she's having an in-depth conversation with her best friend, she should pick up a Sophia Madison book, because it doesn't hold anything back.
Well, I can tell you, it's in all cultures. So it's not. That's how I think a lot of. Men will talk a little bit different. So when men goes out, they'll just play. They'll play a golf or do something, and then they feel that that's it. Then they don't have to talk a lot. That's the only difference. So women love to just talk, and which is how they feel good about, right? That's normal. So I've been with a few friends, and where we had combined, and I can see they like to talk. And I think probably women love to talk. They feel more actually at ease when they have just their friends and they get like that's how it is, right?
Personally, I'm just kind of an open book when it comes to my feelings and my experiences. I've never done anything that I'm ashamed of. So when it comes naturally to me to just tell all. I'm sure I'm reserved in certain areas, of course, everybody is, but and discreet as well. However, I like I said, I've been a storyteller since I was a recognized storyteller since I was very young, and applying my nature to my characters, it ends up a good fit on the page.
Okay, so also tell me, I'd love to ask you, since you also mentioned a little bit about watching some of the shows, dining places and to place to eat and have fun, and you were talking about that. So do you have interest in some of those, watching those shows?
Could you repeat that question?
You said you have some interest in some shows, showing fancy restaurants and so forth. Do you love those?
I do. I love the drama that comes through on some of those shows. I've outgrown it a little bit as I've gotten older. It's been around. They've been around for a while. So I think I live 2 hours away from Hollywood. So if I want to go pet the animals in the zoo, it's very easy to just drive up to Hollywood and go to these places where these people congregate. It's a real thing. And so I've experienced that, and it's a lot of fun. You're sitting at a table and someone brings you your drinks and their entire life's backstory. And that's part of the thrill of it. You feel like you're part of this show. You feel like you're part of the thrill. And also it's a upscale environment. It's beautifully decorated. You feel like you're kind of in a whimsical dream, and the food is delicious, and just so you get this experience, on all these different levels. So you're the thrill of, hunting down movie stars and actors and reality stars. You have that, and then you have the beautiful environment where you get to stay in a beautiful hotel and then wear your most beautiful clothes and get swept up in the moment and just have a good time, and it's those types of experiences where you forget everything else that's going on in life and you just have the best time of your life.
When you're telling me that, it reminds me of that movie, I think, where she knew that she had few days to live and she just had fun. I forgot.
The Last Holiday with Queen Latifah. Yes.
Yeah, Queen.
So if you like that movie, or like The Holiday, or Love Actually, or I can name a million movies where there's little pieces inspired from the feeling of those types of movies that you're left with when you're done. And that's how this book is. I take you on a journey very similar to one of those. I'd love to have this made into a chick-lit movie, or an ongoing series would be a lot of fun.
Oh,
working at
we are into making movies, and so I'll be happy to look at. I mean, I love romantic, series. I mean, we watch. We watch a lot of, Lifetime channel. Those. Now the Christmas movies. So they are fun to just watch, and it's just. I think it feel good. A lot of life is a lot of stress for all of us. Yeah, right.
Right.
And you want to see that the aspect which probably somebody might find as a dream, right? So dreams can come true. You never know.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Because of the location of these characters and the things that they're able to do, it's all obtainable, and it's all very, it's all very fantastical, and people, living in the rest of the United States probably can't fathom that this stuff exists, and it's at at your fingertips. All you have to do is either get in your car or get in a plane, and it's right there for you to experience. And so there's the way I go through the story, I basically map.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have great guest all the way from Toronto, Katie. Hi, Katie.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good. Katie, tell us about yourself. Tell us what you do.
So by day, I'm actually a lawyer. I do urban and regional planning, so development law. And then by night, I'm a baker. I run a baker's craft. It's essentially the combination of baking and crafting. So I've expanded a little bit to offer other products. But I do baking on the side. It's a specialty, I guess. I do a lot of cakes, cupcakes. I do macaroons, mackies, which are cookies stuffed with macaroons. I do cookies, obviously, specialty cookies, and much more. I've been doing it for 10 years now, and it's something that I very much enjoy.
Okay, excellent. And great to hear that you have a daytime job and this is your passion, right?
Yes. Both of them are my passion, actually. I enjoy them. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think, tell me, when did you start about baking or cooking?
I started about 10 years ago. I had actually an injury. I used to play soccer, and I had torn my ACL while I was playing one day. And because of that, I wasn't able to do much when I had my surgery. You basically can't walk at all. So I was bedridden for a couple months. And during that time, I started learning how to bake. And I've been baking now for 10 years maybe. But I've been doing it on the side for the last 10 years.
Okay, great. And I see that you have, do you do a lot of podcasting or website or?
Yeah, I don't do a lot of podcasting. This is only my second one, so it's an honor to be here. But I do post a lot on Instagram. I'm a little bit active on Facebook, but Instagram's my main social media platform where I try to post most days. But I post most of my products there, or fun new baked goods that I've made, or craft goods that I've done.
Mm-hmm. So you like to put it on Insta. Okay. So tell me a little bit about, what did you really like about baking versus cooking other stuff?
I think that I like it because I can make it pretty. I've always been a good cook in a sense, but it's always turned out just looking like something I'm about to eat. Whereas with baking, I can make it look like a fancy cake. Like once I made a cake that looked like a monkey, sitting up monkey. So I really like the fact that I can make them into cool pictures, or I can make them into cool, like they turn out to be cool pictures when I'm done with them. So I really like that aspect. And it's also fun just being able to experiment with different things. So experimenting with the recipes, I find is much easier than experimenting with cooking recipes. But I find that I'm able to make different tasting items, and macarons especially, making all the different flavor icings. So that part's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that is true that, you can do a lot of creativity with, you can still do with cooking, but, you can do fancy colors, you can do fancy shapes, and